Hello and welcome everybody to another magnificent day at the agency. I'm here today with Yuki.
Hi, Yuki des.
And today we are going over our final animes. Oh my god, I'm mute, right? Our winter anime stream lists. All right, for those of you just tuning in for the first time on these lists, me and Yuki go over all of the new shows. That means any show that is a season 2, a spin-off, or a prequel will not be added to these tier lists, but any show that is a direct reboot of a show, meaning it's starting from its original origin point, such as the Ramen reboot, the Instant reboot, I want to say. I believe there's a third one we've done on this show. Can you remember it, Yuki?
I think one of the Gundams we did once, but that was more of like a off standalone season.
Okay, yes, that's our second exceptions. Any series that is part of a major franchise, such as Gundam or Digimon, as we had last season, but does not directly connect to any other of its previous source materials, and is an original reboot, world, or story that does not take place part of. I really don't want to say main canon, because those series are kind of specific spin-offs, kind of like Final Fantasy games. Like, very rarely do you see a direct sequel. But we go over all of those new shows. So if it's season 1, if it's a brand new thing, or if it's a complete reboot, which we've had a lot this season. Actually, there was a reboot in this particular season. It wasn't very good. I don't know what that says about the source material, but then we rank them all.
Spoilers, a lot of reboots tend to be bad. All right, and as far as those rankings go, I'll explain our tier list here and what those rankings mean a little bit. For a series to receive an S, it must be basically the absolute
Polar
pinnacle.
Opposites is so good.
This is a series that is something that transcends genres. And also that will be remembered and talked about for years to come in the anime zeitgeist, or is an absolute masterpiece within its genre and scope. Something that will stand the test of time in some way. A tier is an anime that's maybe not quite as good as the S tier stuff, but is still very solid. This is usually your kind of best of the season sort of shows that don't quite make it to that sort of new
Polar Opposites and Easy A.
masterpiece state. And these kind of shows are still the sort of thing that you might recommend to somebody else who doesn't usually watch that genre, because they're good enough to potentially still attract that interest. B tier shows are very solid shows that are definitely very watchable, especially if they're within your genre and interests, but maybe wouldn't appeal so much to someone who isn't usually into that genre of show. They're high quality still, typically, and at least competently executed, but not necessarily going to wow people the way that an A or an S tier show might. C tier is your kind of very average run-of-the-mill shows. These are shows that are, kind of bread and butter within their genre. They might be a little bit predictable. They're still usually okay in their execution, but not necessarily having what you might call the budget of other shows. And then we've got the trash tier. Trash doesn't necessarily mean bad. However, it often does lack at least some quality that other tiers might have. That said, trash, again, not directly an indication of quality so much as content. A show can be very well executed and still be trash because it's just so edgelordy, for instance. And then finally, we have the skip tier. Things that go into skip means either we did not actually manage to watch this and therefore cannot rate it, or it means that the show is so awful that we recommend that you skip it, either because it is just too bad for there to be any reason worth watching it, even for like comedic hate watching, or that we recommend it be skipped out of sheer principle because there is something about the show that is maybe very overtly offensive or something to that effect.
Yep, two things I would note. I like to add. Sometimes a lot of the so bad it's good will fall into the trash tier. I think Snack Basara is one that always sticks out to me, and that one just completely unhinged insanity, but so awfully done. It comes back around to being really good. And the last thing, now I have the last tier list we did. I talked to a few people, got a few complaints in. I used to like to keep trash under skip, just for I kind of liked that idea of trash shows do kind of come around, or they can be some things that a lot of people would skip on principle, but you feel good, or this is your junk food, comfort food. But re-talking to them, trash shouldn't be above skip. Skip should be the shows that nobody wants, nobody likes. But getting back onto how we each rate shows. Now, a lot of people do like to say, oh, you try to, as a critic, you should get rid of your bias. I think that's stupid. Shows are made very specifically for audiences in mind. This is for everybody show isn't a show that should be made for everybody, but a show that is so well made that anybody could watch it with enough digestible material. There are plenty of incredibly masterfully crafted shows that I would not recommend to half the people I know. Topiko's Original Sin from a couple seasons back is very much one of those. There is a specific audience that a show is for. It is also an incredibly beautifully master-crafted show. And if you're the kind of person that can
a work of art,
and if you're the person that can handle ultra dark and depression distilled into video format, it's a great watch. As being said, my two favorite genres, if you're coming here to watch them, are definitely mecha and your shonen. I am your action-packed buff boy screaming at the heavens. I like your stories like that. I like the mechanical aspects of robots, especially if it goes into how the machine works or how it relates to humanity. Now, shows that are going to earn a lot of negative points right out of the gate for me are your slice of life. And originally I was going to say slice of life and rom-com, but shows that kind of do the day-to-day melancholy romances are more than that. I think a good slapstick rom-com is something I like. Robin...
I need to finish the new Gundam still now that I think about it.
Witcher Mercury? Or was there another season of some other show that came out? I'm not thinking
there
of.
was another more recent Gundam even. I'm not sure though.
Might have been. Brain overload. We watched like 100 new anime a year.
It's more than that, I'm afraid.
GXQ.
GXQ.
G-Quux, yeah.
Oh.
Or whatever it was.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. I forgot about that one.
I knew there was another more recent one.
Yeah, we could have actually covered that one on this show since it did relate to the original series. So, unfortunately, while Witch of Mercury we did cover, G-Quux goes outside of our rules, which, much to my chagrin. But, okay, Yuki, what kind of a viewer are you?
I think one thing that you kind of overlooked that we both definitely touch on a lot is like the fantasy isekai slop trash genre.
Oh yeah, we are isekai trap goblins.
And then I have a particular taste for anything that involves some kind of like city or castle building. That'll probably or definitely will come up this season. But in addition to that, I tend to cover all of our more sort of romance, slice of life kind of shows. And also anything that's in like the yuri, ecchi kind of subgenres usually falls more into my purview as well. And then you will not usually see me dealing with anything that's related to things like sports or modern military.
Nope, I have those covered as well as villainess for some reason. Someone, like between the two of us, that feels like it should be a you thing, but somehow it winds up in my ballpark all the time.
Well, I mean, this next season might be a weird exception because the villainous shows are starting to get
But
so
Haiku,
meta
though.
that I don't even know what to expect this time around.
Hey, the sports shows are generally covered by me. I actually do enjoy a good team building sports. Hajime no Ippo is probably in one of my top favorite shows of all time, honestly. If we ever get more of it. To be fair, though, that manga is going in very weird direction. But I would get too much into that, and we're going to have a lot to cover. All right. So for each show before we covered, we have the well, okay. So what we used to do before
We need
Crunchyroll,
more March comes in like a lion.
I actually don't know that one. Sorry, I might have some coughing going on today. I am just getting over a cold. What we normally do is Crunchyroll used to make special thumbnail openings. Apparently, this is the first time every show in the entire season got its own special opening, as you can kind of see here. Whether I keep doing this because some of these were pretty bad, although Darwin Incident and Dead Account, no, Darwin Incident was prime. A few of these did have are kind of big, and I want to say grabbing, and the regular thumbnails are, but we will see how those continue on for continuing years. But what we do is we are going to watch the trailer that we could find, because sometimes anime doesn't make trailers in dub or sub that's easily accessible in the US. I don't know why. But we will be we will go through each thing. Unfortunately, we do try to edit these down. So for saving as much of our thoughts as we can for actual reviews or the VODs, we don't do as much talking, or if we do, it's generally much jokes as we would in the actual talking about it afterwards, just because I think like half of the trailers, if not more, we have to cut out because they're barely bitches about that.
I honestly just cut them all out preemptively at this point because usually they keep flagging stuff. But yeah, for the full unedited version, go to our Patreon that doesn't exist.
If we could get the views, preach the word, people, preach the word. Cough drop. Yeah. All right, Yuki, what's our first trailer?
All right, well, we are starting off pretty strong here with Sentenced to be a Hero.
All right.
Side note, I just couldn't help but notice that the outfits were much more skimpy for the goddesses in that like manga preview that popped up there.
Yeah, I think they were meant to be more clad. All right, Yuki, now did you get a chance to watch this one?
I did, yes. I watched this one all the way through for sure.
Okay, so one thing I did note, because I wanted to dig a little bit more into this one since I knew it was going to be the big one from this season. There were some adaptations, changes from the original source material, and from what I read on that and people's reactions, they've almost all been for the better. This is a top tier adaptation. Animation wise, that's Yuki's wheelhouse. What are you saying? Because I know there's a lot of CGI in this.
Yeah, I'm a little on the fence animation-wise. Like, there's some great camera work in this. A lot of the shots are very visually interesting. I do take a little bit of issue here and there with the enemy designs. They're just like, I like that they're trying to be unique. I don't like how busy they are, and like the way that the profiles, well, not the profiles, the sort of the outlines of the characters are supposed to be unique enough to be easily visually identifiable, but there's just so much going on in them that it doesn't help them stand out. There's also this sort of dark tone to the series, which is understandable because it's mirroring the series' actual dark tone, right? But it does make things a little visually muddy sometimes, and it makes it so that sort of the only thing you can focus on is the like neon colors on all the fairies. Um, that said, it's much better than we would usually see from something with this much CGI. It's not quite on the level of something like Demon Hunter or something like that, but it's very serviceable. I am very much inclined to, at well, in general, but also on the animation side, put this into kind of the A tier for that.
Yeah, I can definitely understand where you're coming from with that. I did love how all of the quote unquote fairies being the servants of the demon lords in this kind of one kind of have that what's that? It's that fungus that takes over your brain.
Yeah, the cordyceps.
Cordyceps, that's the word. Have a kind of a cordyceps look to them, and not only that, but are just mutated creatures kind of bit to that. With a bit fantasy game, there is a lot going on in this story, and it's definitely a longer series from what I've seen on that end too. So if this has gotten the views, it could be on there. That being said, it's once again, it's anime has been trying to push the darker fantasy for a little bit harder the last couple years. And what do you say, 2 years? Or because it feels like almost every season has at least one big dark anime.
I don't know. I think maybe it's like a post Game of Thrones era thing or something. I'm not really sure.
Well, I think we had like one big hit, and then they realized, oh, hey, if we just make one of these and put a lot of effort into it, it does generally well, which I'm happy for. Like I said, I like my action shows. I really like my dark action shows. I'm a fan of the original Berserk and other shit like that. I like my shit being gritty and bloody and dark. Okay, I don't want the overload on that one. That's I have enough depression in my life as is, but it can be really good. That
It
anime,
definitely had very great world building.
and I'm a lore guy. Like I try to make lore videos, which I promise I have one more recording and edit to put into this damn thing, and then it'll be released. I just have to have the time. I just keep getting bulwarked by other stuff. And seeing so much of the world just fit together through the story, and that story being
Happy
able
Easter to those who celebrate. Hi Yukine, Agent,
Yes.
and chat. It's too late for
Hi,
me,
Lord
so
Miller.
I
Happy
lurk.
Easter.
Hey, thank you for the
following
follow.
Lord Miller. Smiley face.
I need to move
Thank
that.
you for the lyric.
Yep. And happy Easter to everybody. I probably should have opened that earlier. That being said, it's getting chucked in over there. That
Yeah.
being said, a little piece of me almost wants to move this up into the S, because some of these stories can be so good, especially with how they go. But I can definitely see with what you were saying with the animation, the muddling. It's they're all trying to catch the
Sorry, I'm
Yuki
getting
over
beat
there.
up over here. Don't worry about it.
It can be on that. I don't know.
Okay, so here's the acid test to me, right? Like, personal bias wise, I feel you, and I feel like this could have been an S quality show. The problem is, I have seen no one talking about this show. Like truly, I have seen no buzz about this. There's like no one who's been like, "Oh man, I love this anime. I'm so glad that I'm watching it." Like, I'm just not seeing any of that, which tells me that it's not really reaching critical velocity and escaping its bubble.
Yeah, I can give it an A for that. Especially this season, because there's not a lot to talk about this season that wasn't like, God, was there even a good season? Was there anything kind of competing for like a season 2's going on, or like continuations from this season? They're like were overshadowing it.
There were definitely a lot of new seasons of continuing shows that were very good, like Freyrin. Got a new season this season. So yeah, there from that perspective, it was probably definitely buried under a lot of high quality sequels.
Oh yeah, no, Digimon Beat Break, Fire Force's finale, Jujutsu Kaisen. Never mind.
Yeah,
I,
it definitely got a little overshadowed by the continuing shows.
Trigun had a season in there. Oh dang.
Yeah, and so if you were here's
Season
the thing,
3
right?
was
Like
recently
we're
announced for
inclined
Frieren
to
also.
want to yeah, we're inclined to want to move this up to S tier because it stands so far above everything else this season, and we do grade on a curve a little bit. But we also try to reserve S tier for things that we know are like above and beyond. And the fact is that this just doesn't match up to the continuing series this season, enough so that I'm not even sure it will end up getting a season 2 itself, just because it was clearly very expensive to produce and probably didn't pull the numbers that they needed for that.
Oh yeah, there was also that new Fate series, which my god, the budget on that show was stupid apparently. But yeah, okay. I think that's good on there. Tends to be hero. Good watch. Recommend, especially if you like dark fantasy.
Oh yeah,
Dark
definitely one of our
post-apocalyptic
top picks
fantasy,
for this
technically
season.
too. Got a few theories about lore on that one. All right, what's next, Yuki?
All right, next up, we have You and I Are Polar Opposites.
Noon told me we finally got a continuation to Trigun's remake.
Well, now someone did, and now you know. And we weren't even covering that series today.
The dub for this was so greatly done.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the time, unless it's a Simo dub, we tend not to get it just because of how much we try to keep up with these shows. Like, this is the first time maybe at the whole art series that we've actually managed to like get at the actual end of the season without any delays. And even then, I'm fighting through a cold a bit too, so.
I imagine I'm taking the lead on this one, right?
Yep. I got a few things to say, but not much overall.
All right. Yeah, so this was definitely one of our more solid kind of romance slice of life shows for this season. And it felt reasonably fresh-ish compared to some of the other stuff that we saw. I also very much enjoyed the fact that not only did the main characters reach like kind of relationship catharsis fairly early in the series, but it also turned out that it wasn't only about them. The whole polar opposites thing applied not only to them but to several other couples throughout their friend group, or potential couples, romantic interests that were forming throughout their friend group. So I also want to mention that the OP and ending to this show were very interesting and very well done. There's a lot of play there with perspective that was very cool to watch and cool to see implemented. And it felt very emblematic of the primary female protagonist in many cases. So, I mean, I have a little bit of trouble putting this one in A rank the way that we rate things. Just because I feel like this one still probably doesn't reach out much to people who are outside of this particular audience. I don't see this really drawing in someone who's a pure shonen fan, for instance, and I'll let you speak to that part a little bit because
Okay.
you said that you had some thoughts.
Okay. So this was a season that was hard to get motivated for a lot of things. There's going to be a lot that both me and Yuki just had to take sides on. Normally, we do try to keep a little bit more watch on stuff we don't like, but there is a lot of garbage that just drained you watching it this season. This show, I initially thought I was going to be able to keep up on it. The fact that they got together in what was episode 1, episode 2, it was very early. It was very early. And it was like, yes,
yeah,
they
sure.
actually got that. And it's like, oh, thank you. And there's not the, oh, who will they, won't they? Or do we not like each other? Do we not like each other? Do I want to? It's like, okay, there has been one show where I enjoyed that, and that's Love is War. And that was because that was the premise of the whole show, the comedic crux of the story. It wears old. I've seen so many, I've watched so many shows over the years that just get together, confess, you do something. You can't spend this much time together, like each other, and not. So this gets points for me on that end. Once again, comedy, slice of life, romance. So it's way outside of my wheelhouse. I've heard good things about it. I think for now, it's safe to throw this in the top of B. If there's not a lot of competition, or if we get some more in B that this feels like it should have kicked up, I probably will kick it up to A just for the curb. But for right now, it's going to sit at the top of B.
Yeah, I feel like that's the fair place to put it based off of the way that we rate things. It's definitely a solid show. I just don't feel like it has a lot of inter-genre appeal.
That being said, one thing I forgot to mention, we will try to rate stuff in its own categories, how we feel it compares up. Once again, genre jumps and stuff we each didn't watch for each other, so we will try to make arguments on that. If you have other arguments for shows you've watched, feel free to post them in the chat. That you might help sway us a little bit in when we do our final postings.
Or for that matter, if you're watching this in post, go ahead and drop us a comment. Let us know what you think.
Yep, because we always do love feedback and stuff we missed. I especially like lore stuff I don't know. What's next, Yuki?
Right. Next up, we have In the Clear Moonlit Dusk.
ねえ、あの人かっこよくない？
あ
どうぞ。滝口よい。高校1年。これ、もらってください。性別女。ついたあだ名は。王子。これ、落としましたよ。確かに、お姫様というより、ヒーローか王子の方がしっくりくる。まあ、こんな見た目じゃしょうがないけど。
悪い悪い。誰もいないと思ったんだけど。大丈夫か？
何？この人。
あんた、めちゃくちゃ美しいな。
この人、やばい。
Alright, how much of this one did you watch, Agent?
I kind of skimmed this one. I don't think you caught too much of it either.
No, I honestly, I think I barely gave this one the 3-episode treatment. It's not that the animation was bad or anything like that. It was all pretty serviceable. Technically, the plot was too. It just...
There were two big problems I saw that when I was going through this and watching it. One, there's a lot of relationship stuff that is purely cultural to Japan. This is hey, this girl can look kind of like a guy, or this guy can look really hot. The second one was this is two very attractive people in their own high school who are kind of aloof to what they are, kind of falling in love. So it's like, hey, what if the hot people got together? And it's there was nothing I could relate to on either side of that, which doesn't say much about my self-esteem really, but
Well, but it is fair that, like, okay, 99% of people, by definition, are not part of the top 1% hotties in their, individual spaces, right?
yeah.
So, in nature, if you make the main characters be the top hotties, people aren't going to be able to relate to them.
That being said, it was a slow
To
burn.
be fair, who needs self-esteem?
Yeah, enjoy the fat slob life, Glenn. Enjoy it. Jiggle, jiggle.
I've mastered the art of not giving a fuck, lol. Glenn for Daywin, please refrain
Sorry,
from
you got
using
auto
foul
body.
language. LMFAO.
Yeah, so the other thing that I found really frustrating about the show, aside from the fact that it was very, very predictable and very by the book and by the numbers,
I thought it was funny,
Um,
TBH.
Yeah.
was just that, I mean, you've got a character here who's, like, clearly lesbian or bisexual, hooking up with the character who's clearly gay or possibly bisexual, purely because they're the only person of the opposite gender that, like, viewed them as being feminine, which
Oh.
is just absurd to me.
I mean, okay, I can kind of understand that. Well, it's not. How am I drawing a blank on this all of a sudden? Not poly. Not bi. It's
Pan?
pan.
Pansexual?
I don't know why. Like I'm trying to think. It's like I'm pansexual, and I was like, what the fuck was that called again? So it's one of those.
Plenty of tomboys who are very much straight though.
No, you can be very much like that. What I'm trying to point out
yeah,
here
for
is
sure.
is somebody who is pansexual. It's when I look at a woman, it's like I generally like the buffer, manlier looking women. I like my men fucking femboys. It's very much one of those. Wait, what the fuck? It's that wire is weird. Those wires are weirdly crossed for me. So I can kind of understand that. It's like, oh, I like men. But it's like I don't like manly men. I like effeminate men. Oh, I like women. But I don't
Stomp
like.
on me, mummy. I mean what?
Well, hey,
We
if you,
know
if,
that you make an exception for buff wolf boys, though.
yeah. I like that caregiver side of it. Hey, this side, Glenn. If you want to stick around, my fans are called degeneragents. All right. So the thing I think we're gonna put on this one is, do we want to say this one's trash? Because this is pure romance.
Listen, I love my tall, larger women. I get it.
Or do we
yeah,
wanna
I
say
think it's
C?
probably fair to call this, like, romance slop and throw it in the trash bucket.
All right. But I think that's good on there. We do try to move along with stuff that's a little lower, unless we got a bone to pick with it because we got a lot to go through. But, all right.
Oh, yeah? Alright, next up we have Tune Into the Midnight Heart.
山吹アリス山吹財閥の御曹司日本を背負う存在故に完璧を約束された男愛してると言ってくれ
愛してるよ山吹くん情熱は月に向かって撃てスナイパー未来はどうやら君次第私はね歌手になりたい私は声優志望僕の夢は VTuber
WTF.
私はアナウンサーを目指してるんだ
Yeah, we got some stuff to go in with this
そ
one.
の呼び方やめろっつーの
約束しよう 放送部の彼女たち全員を俺がプロまで導いてみせる。もう一度君と話したい。言いたいことがあるんだ。君の声は
人前で演奏しながら歌うことがどれだけ勇気がいることか知ってる？関係ないからほっといて。何かしちゃったかな？私昔からこうだから。
俺の残りの 1%、 それは君の。
Okay. I was actually trying to finish out this show as much as I could at the last minute here. It kind of got a little buried under some of the other shows, but I had wanted to finish this one ideally to be able to cover it better. So I managed to get to around like episode 7 or 9, something like that. Where'd you end up at, Agent?
I got our first 3, then went through and skimmed towards the end.
Gotcha. Well, the first thing I will say about this show is that the main character and the central plot premise are kind of infuriating. But I will give it credit for the fact that the MC is at least not just another generic everyman coon. He's not just your self-insert protag. And that brings a little bit of liveliness to the show, I guess. It's also reasonably competent in its execution for this genre. It's good at setting up like relationship tension pieces between the characters and things like that. Not amazing, but serviceable.
Yuki, would you like to explain what the plot of this show is really quick? Just because I think that's a big twist.
The central premise of this show is that the main character is a rich guy who's inheriting a huge corporation, and he used to listen to a radio show that was streamed by some girl in middle school, and now he needs to find that girl so that he can get the evidence from her that could potentially in the future be used to blackmail him because he said he loved her.
Yeah. Yeah, this is if you're wondering if just a sweet, I'm trying to find my romance of this childhood love I had. Technically it's kind of the opposite of that. Although it kind of veers into what you think it would eventually, towards, at least we're almost catching towards the end. I don't know if it was like that towards the middle.
Middle game, it kind of turns into more of like a stereotypical harem scenario, where all the girls are like catching each other in the act with him doing something that looks, slightly, I don't even know the word for it. Yeah. And getting jealous over it and creating that kind of loop. It's serviceable in those categories. I think if anything elevates this show, it's just the fact that it deserves a few points for the protagonist at least standing out, even if he's more on the notorious side than someone that you would relate to. And maybe for a little bit of like the technical bits where they go into like a little bit of detail on like VTubing and voiceover work and things like that, and try to solve problems related to those fields.
Yep. That being said, a little bit I think this is a solid C. It just does enough right to put itself above sloppy trash, but
Yeah.
I'm not seeing it doing too much better than that.
Yeah, it's decent if you want a little bit of fan service that doesn't include any real nudity, I guess. But that's pretty much the show's niche for the season.
Yep. If you like the genre, if you like a good romance, I don't say good romance. If you like a romance, it's not. You could be doing a lot worse. All right. What do we got now?
Next up, we have playing death games that put food on the table.
Oh.
これは正真正銘人が死ぬゲームです。私たちはこれから死の罠を回避しつつ出口を目指さなければなりません。
脱出ゲームなんですよね。
プレイヤーネームは金庫です。初めて参加します。
葵です。
私は騙されて。
大丈夫ですよ。きっと帰れますから。
全プレイヤーの平均でしょ、それは。初心者が混ざってたらもっと死ぬと思いますよ。結構待ったかな。眠りが深くていつも遅くなるんだ。
いつも？
うん。私はこれが28回目。
これ閉じ込められちゃったんじゃ。
随分と手が込んでますね。
もうって
これ以外に
なくて。皆さんは先に行ってください。
大丈夫。なるべくたくさんが生きて帰れるようにサポートするよ。それじゃあ行くよ。死亡遊戯で飯を食う。
Now, this was one of the shows this season that had like a simul dub, which was interesting. I think it might also have released on Netflix or something. I'm not sure.
Yes, this was also on Netflix. It was also a show that had that extended 1 hour opener episode. Unfortunately, I caught like the first couple episodes of this and fell off of it really hard. What about you, Yuki?
I did actually manage to watch this one all the way through. And I mean, it wanted to be very artistic, and that really shows in all the different like animation or art styles that they kept switching between, and a lot of the shot work.
Mm.
I don't know what that was in service of, to be honest. If there is something really artsy about this besides the surface layer, I'm afraid it kind of eludes me. Maybe it's just a cultural thing or something like that. It definitely makes a lot of reference to like really specific Japanese literary works and things like that I don't have background in. And so maybe if you're someone who has that kind of appreciation, that kind of background knowledge, it's something that you'll have more appreciation for on that level. But for the most part, I would say if you like death game shows and you like cute girls in cute and or scantily clad outfits trying to survive death games and or killing each other, this show is probably for you. Otherwise, I don't see this being the next Mirai Nikki or anything like that.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, so here's kind of where I'm at. I don't want to throw it in trash myself. I don't know if I want to consider this C though. What do you think this should be in?
I feel like it was at least competently executed. I feel like it's at least a C rank show. But I do think it doesn't really escape its genre niche very much. The animation was not amazing, but certainly solid. It had decent fight scenes. It had some interesting, clever traps and stuff like that. But again, it's definitely not something I see people talking about down the road. It's not something that I see even being. I mean, I guess it's better than a lot of the other shows we have this season in some senses.
Yeah, that's kind of it's like it's really competent. It's really solidly done. It's just there's nothing here that grabbed me. There was just like, yeah, this is good. All right.
Yeah, it's almost boring in its
Competency.
competency. Yeah. Yeah, that's all I can really say there.
We'll see. It'll probably be towards the bottom of C as we keep going. All right, but what do we got next?
All right. Next up we have Journal with Winch.
昨夜中央道大月パーキングエリアに停車中の乗用車がトラックに追突される事故が発生しました。
マキオです。
匠朝です。お父さんもお母さんももういない。ポツン。私は一人。ポツン。私は。
わかるよ。突然の子お持ちだ。
掃除してもいい？
あなたと暮らし始めてから私健康。めんどくさいって言った。
大人は君らが思うよりずっと繊細なんです。
違う国の人みたい。
違う国ですか？
とにかく作らない彼氏は。じゃあ彼女ならいいの
15歳なんて無活な一言で人生を変えてしまうかもしれない。
君、人生変わるね。エポックだ。
日記をつけるといいかもしれない。いつかそれがあなたの灯台になる。
今日から変な人と暮らし始めた。キーボードの音、たまに止まり、殺すような連打。深いため息。
あなたはもっと美しいものを受けるに値する。一緒に帰る。さよなら。
寂しい。
さよなら。
やだ、寂しい。
さよなら。
私の気持ちは
あなただけのもので。
私だけのもの。
誰にも責める権利はない。
誰にも私はそこでたった一人で玉座に座る違う国の孤独な女王に出会ったのだ。
I feel like we both have weirdly a lot and nothing to say about this at the same time.
Yeah, I actually didn't get very far in the show, although I wanted to. Did you watch much of it?
Once again, I had the same problem I think you did. If this show is emotionally heavy and lets you sit there and kind of just chew on it, but doesn't have much going on.
So chewy. That's definitely the way I would describe it.
But doesn't have a lot going on. You're just kind of sitting there, just kind of. Thank
you for the hydrate reading.
Yay. I don't want to say there's not a lot I want to say that's bad. The problems this show has that's make it kind of hard to talk about are its emotional core. This is someone who's just lost their family, now living with an aunt who is kind of also emotionally detached, but also kind of gets with that vibe though. It's somebody in their family who was always kind of an outcast, finding the other outcast, finding that they click really well, but having to do a lot of emotional baggage work in the process of that. And this is what this show is. This show is letting you sit and mull with heavy emotions.
In some ways, it's slice of life in the truest sense, rather than in the sense it's usually utilized. And yes, it's such a snapshot into these people's lives, and it's such the sort of show that makes you want and need to reflect on your own emotional state and your own past decisions and your own circumstances right along with the show. And that can make it a difficult watch in a sense. Not quite as hard as something like Taco P,
Oof.
but it can certainly make it a lot of emotional work to tackle. And I know these days, especially with a lot of the events going on in the world, a lot of us just don't necessarily have the emotional bandwidth available to spend on something like that right now.
Yeah. I will say the problem I had with it too is I don't let emotions sit and boil. I'll generally confront them or do something about them if I can, or talk to them with somebody, which, everyone has their own way to deal. I'm not saying I have mine is the best or anything like that. It's just that's how I do it. And seeing somebody kind of passively mull them over, just kind of trash and just not confront people with it until they kind of flow over is something that kind of frustrates me to watch. So that was one of the other biggest things I had with this. That being said, with this, I want to throw this in B. This was really well done. It's a hard watch, but only because its material is good. It's just, it does not break out of its genre, I don't feel like, or break out of what it does.
Fair. I mean, for sure, a lot of people will give this one a pass just because of the sheer amount of emotional turmoil that it asks of you.
Yeah, and I can completely understand that. I completely go with anyone who can agree with that baggage. I think that's about all I can say without just beating myself too many more times in this one. Anything else, or are you gonna load up the next one, Yuki?
No, I think we're good to move on here. All right. Next up, we have there was a cute girl in the heroes party, so I tried confessing to her.
貴様らが魔王様を倒しに来た勇者どもか。
やばい。ドストライクだ。
She's hot! Oh no!
魔族になって初めて生きてる感じがしたよ。
殺す相手に名乗っても仕方ないでしょ。なぜ私だけを残したのです。
君に一目惚れしました。俺と付き合ってください。勇者パーティーに
可愛い子がいたので
告白してみた。
You know, pretty much the only time it comes up in the show that this guy is reincarnated is when he goes into full Chuni mode.
That being said, there's a little bit, I feel like, the trailer and opening and title leave as a misdirect. You would think, oh, this guy's going to be confronting the heroes party a lot and be part of the Demon Lords faction. There's going to be a lot of in-between as they got along and like... Well, just a second, am I right?
I'll continue that thought in that, oh no, he just absolutely wrecks them every time until he gives them an ultimatum to just leave the girl with him and go do whatever they want.
Which I think is episode 2. They defeat the Demon Lord, and then that whole fucking build up and story premise that was a major hook for an investment for me is blown out the window, and then it turns into goddamn adventure isekai number 20 billion. If it would have opened with something more along the lines of that, or if it would have done something a little different, the fact that it had a premise that I was really intrigued for and then drops it episode 2, 3 to even make it past the first episode.
It was definitely by the end of episode 2.
And then just picks up along the lines of, well, I guess I better pick up my life and go become an adventurer. Oh, I guess she's going to help me now that she's not really hunting the demon lord. It's like, get fucked. Get fucked.
Okay, so Agent felt hard betrayed by this show, clearly.
Speaking of Isekai 20 billion season 2 of Tsukimika got announced and I'm so hyped lol.
Tutsumiku. Which one was?
Tsukumichi. That was the Moonlight Fantasy one with the guy who has his own pocket dimension and like the spider women and has all the
yeah. I read the manga on that before it even got announced. It's an
It's so good.
I like that a lot better than I did this freaking show.
I mean, that one was definitely isekai trash too, but it was enjoyable isekai trash in its own way.
All right, I'm pretty much just gonna be mad because I got a couple episodes past that, realized it was just going to be that, and then dropped this fucking thing hard. Yuki, what would you like to say?
I did watch this all the way through. It does become very generic, and it is a little frustrating also that every other character they introduce gets some kind of relationship catharsis, except the main character.
Let's turn your brain off and enjoy Isekai Trash LOL.
We like those here.
It wasn't particularly well done or anything like that. It's definitely isekai trash tier. But yes, your mileage may vary on this one, and it's definitely not our best isekai trash of the season.
No, oh shit, I hit my ad. Okay. I think we're good with this, putting this in the trash. Clear Moonlight. I'm putting this below Clear Moonlight Dusk. Unless you would like to argue it higher.
Oh no, I definitely would put this one lower.
All right, our next trailer, which I think, what do we have here?
Oh dear. Next up is the Darwin incident.
なんで人間だけは殺して食べちゃダメなの？
ヒューマンジーのチャーリー本物だ。
人間とチンパンジーのミックスなんだよな。
結構キュートじゃなかったチャーリー。インスタ映えそう。
そういえばチャーリーってビーガンだって話だぜ。
私いるし、さっきは助けてくれてありがとう。私ずっと気になってたの。ヒューマンジーなのってどんな感じ？やっぱり私たちとは世界の見え方が違う？
僕も不思議に思ってる。ヒューマン
Hey.
の
Hi, Dapper Weasel.
どんな感じ？
Welcome. Thank you for joining.
この爆破テロは動物解放同盟 ALA による犯行と断定しました。
素晴らしい。あの時彼女のお腹にいた胎児が今目の前にいる。
チンパンジーでもあんな動きできない。あんなことできる動物地球上に存在しないよ。
なんとかして彼を引っ張り出さないと我々 ALA の戦争に。
僕は何の代弁者でもない。ただの一匹の動物。ただのチャーリーだよ。
Alright, I'm gonna say what I said at the start of season, back when I dropped this show. This show feels like someone somewhere said, we need an American anime set in America for Americans. And that hurts my soul on every level. You might be muted, Agent.
Sorry. Yep. No, I had a coughing fit, so my mic was off there for a second. Yeah, and only knows America through Twitter or no Twitter. No, I'm just gonna go with Twitter on that one. Okay. You finish up, Yuki. I'm gonna go into a tirade when you're done.
Oh, no. That's it for me. You're welcome to dig into this one. I didn't get past the first few episodes. This one exasperated me.
Okay, so...
Humanity! Come on!
Yes. Okay. So, interesting enough, this had a simul dub, was a Prime push for some reason. And let's just say, the entire story is based around a human chimpanzee hybrid, which you don't want to know how that came about. It's as probably bad as you think it is. Having to deal with his life in our human world as a Gina stand-in, only they're not just pro-animal, they're also ultra-vegans, terrorize the area around him and create massive problems.
Every time that came up, I couldn't help but think of Scott Pilgrim.
Was it a tube, baby?
And, like, do they get special
LOL.
vegan powers?
No, he's not a tube baby.
Unfortunately not.
So, yeah. I don't know why the vegans are so interested in him. I don't know why it's this. The majority of the. Yeah. So the vast majority of the show is just this weird political analog of animal and human rights and legal law, which, okay, I guess there is a lot you could go into with a lot of this premise. But the most damning fucking bullshit thing of all about this show, besides is the main character talks in a I don't care monotone, has
Jokes
no
on them,
expression.
I'm America, I have no rights.
Ugh. That hurts.
Yeah.
No expressions, no personality, talks in a monotone voice, and I don't understand. Like, there's just so, skip.
It's kind of like if Gunther from Futurama was turned into an anime. Only less entertaining.
Gunther from Futurama? You mean...
Yeah, he was the monkey with the special hat that the professor made for him that made him super intelligent.
Oh, I'm thinking of Gunther from Simpsons for a second there. I was like,
That's
fuck?
rough.
It's... if I would even... There's a lot to go in with this, but that gets very political in all of the weirdest way. Not dark or like talkative, just what? Why? What the fuck? Okay, we're don't watch it. We're leaving it at that. If you're morbidly curious, it is dubbed, so you could throw it on in the background. I did throw it on when I was grinding some other stuff for a game, but it was very much a what the fuck am I watching every time I looked over. All right, something better, I hope. No, it has to be. That's the bottom of the barrel.
Yes. All right, next up we have the Holy Grail of Ares.
Oh, actually, where did I put this one?
スカーレット・カスティールといえば希代の白女セシリアに毒を仕込んだ罪で処刑されたけど、そんな地味なことこの私がするわけないじゃないの。つまり冤罪？お前の役目は真犯人を見つけ出し、そんなこと私には必ずどこかに手がかりを残したはずよ。鍵？これはエリスの聖杯を破壊しろ。準備はよくて、コンスタンス。楽しい宴の始まりだわ。あなた、とんでもないことをしてくれたわ。私は盗んだりなんて。あなたなんてただの泥棒じゃない。これは一体何の騒ぎかな。どちらが泥棒なのかしらね。あら、ごきげんよう。この女は誰なの。本当に君は関係がないと言えるのか。夫人のひまわりの誠実なだけじゃよく何も解決しない。キリキキリクク少しでも反応したらとっても悪い人だから。殺されたということ。コンスタンス・グレイ、君の目的は何だ。あの女は普通じゃないのよね。正体ジョン・ドゥ伯爵の帽子の中。10年前どうしてスカーレットが処刑されたのかご存知ですか。呪われろ貴様ら全員呪われるがいい。
As sort of a pseudo-villainous mystery show, I kind of left this one to you, but I'm not sure if you ended up covering it or not.
Oh, yes. No, I actually did end up watching all the way through on this one. So if I want to compare it to something right away, there is a British, like Victorian era noble show that's like on the BBC that's very close to this. I can't think of it off the top of my head right now, but I would say it's closer to that than a standard villainous anime. This is more of a murder mystery with heavy politics involved on why this happens, what you would do on that one. That being said, there's one huge negative right off the bat. The main character is dull. The main character is unbelievably, unapologetically the worst part of this show. See, which, okay, I can understand having a fish out of water. I can, or like, or somebody in over their head doesn't know how to navigate the delicate, like, political work of high society, doesn't understand how to exert themselves, doesn't understand a lot of this stuff, but has to deal with it and having been guided. But she is just so uninteresting. And I don't know if it's just the fact that everyone around her is so much more intriguing or better designed. It's why she is almost a pseudo background character surrounded by main characters at all times, which
she's just kind of a vehicle for the spirit that's possessing her.
almost literally sometimes. But that being said, it's one of those, like, okay, you needed to do something a little bit more with her visuals, or you needed to do something maybe a little, like, because by the back half of the series, her personality does pick up. She does get so much more better and likable, and like, I did it, like, once I got past that initial hump, I was very much enjoying this show. But it was something I just never lost me, especially when they started introducing more characters of how visually uninteresting she is, which you can have a character like that. Don't put the big boobed hottie goth chick next to her, though, for the love of fucking God. It makes her look so much worse than she actually is.
Yeah. The other thing that you can probably answer this, but the thing I had an inkling might happen a lot with this show based off of what I did see is it felt like the big booby goth chick, as you called her, would kind of probably show up repeatedly as like a deus ex machina that just like solves everything and mops everything up.
No, that only happened I think it happened 4 times throughout the series, which one being at the very start of it when she kind of introduced like what she could do. 2 other times when she was kind of directly helping save her, not so much politically, but ghost powers kind of thing, which really did take a negative effect. And it was nice. It's like, yes, you can't do this. It's very problematic though, and probably should not do it a lot. And the 4th was kind of a weird thing that's too spoiler heavily for me to get into. But overall, like I said, if they could have done more with the main character, I would have put this much higher. I'm gonna put this at the top of C. I might bump this up to B later, depending on what ounces are going floating around. But that main character holds it back way too much.
I will throw out there, animation-wise, Tune Into the Midnight Heart definitely had the edge over the show. But that's really all I can rate here.
It's getting a lot higher on this because the mysteries, the political intrigue, it definitely plays a big part of it later on. It did so well on setting that up, and its twists and reveals were I definitely will say that, and it weren't too hard to follow.
That's really good to hear, because I was thinking that would probably all get very hamstrung in this series, which is part of why I didn't give this very much priority.
No, they did a lot of good stuff. It's just, once again, it did not do a good point at the beginning of showing that off, and the main character was such a wet blanket. It's like, once I got over that, that's when I started enjoying the show. But that's because the rest of the characters, the rest of the story was so much more important than her. Because she's not really
overshadowed at every turn.
She's not even really the person uncovering so much of this. She's getting the pieces, putting it together, and then everyone else is figuring it out, or having it revealed, or having stuff happen. It's very much on that end.
I see. All right, well, moving along. Next we have the Invisible Man and his soon-to-be wife.
遠野目さん、前に食事に誘ってくれたけど、あの一回きりなのかな、私。 やっぱり遠野目さんとまた
Follow on Blue Sky at agent123.bsky.social and watch the archives at https://www.youtube.com/@agentq123.
変だったりしません？
もしかして気になるやつでもいるのかい？恋愛相談なら私に任せな。
おいジャラシ、お前割とマイペースで自己中だからあまりヤコを振り回すなよ。
ヤコさん、ところで
今日どこか食事に行きませんか？
僕とお付き合いしてくれませんか？そういえば二人きりの時くらいは下の名前で呼び合いますね。
それはちょっと照れますね。
ちょっと今頼んでいいですか？ヤコさん。
アキ、遠野目さん。
付き合ってるの丸分かりだから好きに呼び合え。
お互い気使うし疲れるだけだよ。
You know, I'm noticing in this preview how much they actually focus on Jirashi.
Yeah, she felt like she was going to be the big push in this show, weirdly enough.
I mean, she was definitely probably the most talked about part of the show from what I saw.
Yeah, that's also what I got from seeing her. Let's I forgot to find this again. Let's move that up.
All right. How much of this did you watch?
I watched the first 3 episodes, and then this show bored me to fucking tears.
Okay. I actually full cleared this show. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome. Thank you for joining. Do you have any thoughts you want to dig into before I take it away then?
I liked the world full of monsters and all that, but I kind of was irritated with the fact that they didn't do much with that and didn't address too much of it often. I'm not sure if I did that later on, but that's about all I had.
Yes and no. Okay. It's interesting because it's sort of a setting where no one in that setting thinks it's weird for everyone to be all these different fantasy races and stuff. So they never really dig into it from that perspective, because it would force them to like go into a meta narrative or something to do so, right? Like there's nothing natural there for the characters to latch onto. Like there's no one who's isekai'd into this world who can be like, wow, it sure is weird that elves are running a tea shop or something like that, right?
Well, okay. The thing I think I wanted to compare it to is
I'm finally home.
Oh,
holy moly guacamole.
Huzzah!
And I did in fact have guacamole today.
Oh, nice. The only thing I wanted to compare
Was
this
it holy guacamole?
kind of compare this to is Beastars and how that world felt very, or if you've seen Zootopia, how those worlds have very much felt like, yes, there is a lot of interesting things to characters, and there's a lot of specialty stuff that they have to do
it was
with
spicy.
different types.
Ooh, hot face.
Icy guacamole. That I felt like this show lacked.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, there are definitely things that they do go into a little bit where, like, but they're more subtle than you expect from those series, right? It's not like a predator and prey thing or something like that. Hold on. Okay. It's not like a predator and prey thing or something like that, but there are times when they do kind of delve into these like subtle, small differences in things. So, like, for instance, there's a whole arc about the invisible person village and how everyone there prefers to be invisible at all times, but in most, like in the rest of society, there's laws that prevent that.
So it's a nudist colony.
I had the worst weekend ever at my dad's.
No. they have the ability to turn their clothes invisible too, which they call full invisibility.
Oh.
They're not necessarily actually nude. However, you could say that because invisible people have a thing about like someone seeing through them and into their clothes and how they feel exposed when that happens, that hypothetically someone seeing through you could be viewed similarly to nudity. And also the way that they talk about it, in terms of like it's their natural state and how they like prefer it, but it's viewed as like weird and like can't really be
Clothes invisible.
worked with by the outside
Skull, I'm
world
traumatized.
because of like logistical concerns with other people being unable to see them and like walking into them on the street and stuff.
Yeah.
So there's definitely a lot of like, it's interesting you say that because there's actually a lot of parallels to like nudism there, I guess you could say. But yeah, and also there's like this whole subplot where Jirashi, the large, can definitely step on you um cat person that we see in the preview, is self-conscious about her spots and the way that those are matched with clothing, and like how to wear clothes that will or how to choose clothes that will work with her natural spots, and how she feels envious of other species that don't have spots because they have more clothing
Agent
options.
for Smug.
So there's a lot of interesting little details like that, even though on the macro level they don't delve into it as much, if that makes sense.
Yep. Though it's mostly a romance show. So how does it do on that end at least?
Yeah, the romance is serviceable. It's not really like the one thing I'll give it
Join
is
our
that
Discord community.
the female lead for sure
https://
much more ready to move on the relationship than
discord.gg/9rmhmmjsev.
the male lead is, which is kind of refreshing in its own way. Although she's still very much in that like Japanese trope of like the woman's not allowed to make the move, so she has to wait for her male counterpart to do so. But they're also not the only couple in the show, and it's interesting how they handle like the relationship between the two elves, with one of them being I think they call them in this a light elf, and the other a dark elf. And like the cultural differences there, and how like the fact that he can't control the dark elf can't control the curses that he manifests, playing into like the pregnancy that they're going through. Also, he's definitely super into the main character, but that's its own thing. No, not the female protagonist, by the way. The dark elf guy is very much into the Invisible Man lead character.
Okay.
Yeah. So, aside from that, though, a couple notable things about this series that I think are probably things that people will want to watch this for more than the actual romance. Yes, it has a serviceably done large furry cat girl who is still also very cute and wears a maid outfit. If that's something that appeals to you, you're not going to get a lot of that outside of this show.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's definitely appealing strongly to a very niche fan service fandom here.
Hello.
And also, this show definitely does something right, which is the way that it's, at least compared to other shows this season, which is the way that it handles things like disabilities and examines like people's differences through the lens of these fantasy species. So when it really gets down to it, it's not about the characters being fantasy creatures. That's just an analog in the show for the little things that make everyone unique and different in society and how we treat those. And that's really what this show is about, more than it is about being a romance.
Okay, then. All right, Yuki, where do you want to put this one?
I would probably put this one at the low end of B, just because it's the kind of thing that, when it gets down to it, we don't get very much every day. It just has a lot of small things in it that are things that you won't really find a lot of. Yes, it's things that are in service of usually very niche audiences, but they're very underserved audiences, whether that's the fan service for the furry fandom or whether it's looking at blindness as a disability.
Yep. Okay, actually, before we start the next one, how long is the next trailer?
Next trailer is 1 minute 43 seconds.
Oh, okay. While we play this, I'm going to run and grab some cough syrup really quick because I'm running out of cough drops. I probably should have bought some more of those.
All right. Well, in that case, next up we have Dead Account.
君の妹ちゃんは病死じゃなく殺されたんだ。ある強力な化け垢にね。
なんだこれ。あれは SNS の死者のアカウント。デッドアカウントが幽霊化した姿。
マジなのククル。彼開眼したって。
触れるだけで生き物の命を吸い取る呪われた炎。
でけえ喧嘩する時の肌がブツブツ沸騰する感じ。
未伝学園霊媒師の学校だ。
霊媒師なんてなりたくないっての。でもしょうがないじゃん、才能あったんだから。
注目されるのが気持ちよくて仕方なかったんだろうが。
俺は弱いだからここで強くなる。誰よりも入学するよ先生。
ひひひしゃあ、俺っちも本気だ。
そうだよ、俺は根っからビビリだよ。
一オツは俺とククルが見つけた大事な家なんだ。
行くぞ一オツ。
おい、ようこそ未伝学園へ。学び屋となるか墓場となるかは彼次第だ。
All right. I did not get very far in this show. Honestly, I felt like it was pretty bad. Animation-wise, this thing is like 6 tiers below average for its genre. Shonen is definitely by far the genre that usually gets the highest budget and the best animation, and this show was not even close to competing. It was practically isekai trash tier animation.
So yeah. Or as I like to call this show, we have Blue Exorcist at home.
100%.
Blue Exorcist was I was going to say B, but I was like, it's really a C. That felt a little mean, but I think Blue Exorcist was a C rank show. It had a couple cool things and 1 or 2 interesting characters, and then nobody gave a fuck. That manga anime only ending story bullshit. Yeah, fuck you. We don't like anime original endings. I can't think of any that are actually good. Some are serviceable, not though. I just can't think of any that are good.
It's the Game of Thrones effect, right? Like, when you run out of the original source material to adapt, all of a sudden everything goes down the toilet.
But yes, that being said, this is a not Jujutsu Kaisen, or if you're more with modern stuff, which no, we're not going to even put, like, I wanted to compare it to Blue Exorcist, not Jujutsu Kaisen, even. No, the younger exorcists have to pick up the slack from the older one because technology has changed, which they all have to do it through their cell phones, which, okay, that's interesting. And what kind of person you are determines what kind of power set you are. The main character does a lot of rage bait, so he's a flame tuber, so he gets fire powers.
I will say the central premise of the show could have been good with the right execution. This was not that execution.
No, because there's a lot of cool things. Like, let's see here. The main rival, he wields a giant hammer. Why? Because he's a moderator online. Let's see. The guy who spends all of his time just listening to tunes can erect powerful barriers when he's just in his own little world listening to his music. Oh, the person who takes pictures could teleport between areas because he's portals to that. It's like there's a lot of cool cuts. Okay, the girl who stalks Japanese or K-pop singers gets a goo gun because she wants to wrap them up. Feels questionable.
Gotta have that fan service somewhere, right?
That's not a fan servicey thing, though. It's like hers is like the.
I'm sure it is to someone.
Yeah, that's true on that end. It's there's a lot of weird, cool things that were there. It doesn't have the budget. It doesn't have the animation. They do a tournament arc in season 1. Like, we all know the Shonen tournament arc. Oh, it's the big stop. It's like, yeah, they're really cool. If they have to open with the tournament arc, it's not the main premise of the series, as like a death game, they're in a bad spot right to begin with. The monster, once again, ghost forming from dead accounts. There are so many cool things you could do to that. People getting trapped with their loved ones who used to be on social media actively have deep accounts. There's the Facebook thing. If you have a dead relative, you can I forget what it's called, but you can twilight their accounts and still keep
There's
it
also
as
the new thing coming out where you can have an AI analyze it and try to become that person, so you can talk to the AI simulacrum of your dead loved one.
Let's not go into that. That's that's a can of worms. That's a giant can of worms. Once again, it is a shonen trash. Like I was gonna say, it's like I enjoyed it, but it's shonen trash. I know what this is.
At best, personally, I'm even in favor of possibly putting it in skip.
Like the only reason I'm not throwing it down there is it's not doing anything exactly horrible. It has interesting powers and premise, which was kind of cool. There's a lot of competition for really good stuff now, but like the trash is like, I was gonna say like C tier, but it's like, no, this is the trash. This isn't unwatchable garbage. I've seen unwatchable bullshit shonen before. This isn't on their level. This is at least the competent. I liked all the characters. The fact that they actually made sure to give them all that we got backstories was very interesting. The what appears to be the main villain designs are one. It's Samara. I don't know the Ringo chick. What's her name?
The Ringo chick, like from the movies.
Yeah, it's
it's definitely not Tamara. Oh geez.
Yeah, he's very reminiscent of Sadako. That was it. Very reminiscent of like a guy version of that. The villain behind him has a macabre style, which, oh my god, it's a personal favorite of mine, and you don't see it enough. And it was very cool to see him. Like, he didn't do anything; he was just there in the background. But like, oh my god, was he cool looking? This is trash. If you want another shonen because you like shonen, it's there. It's fun. Give it a try, I would say, but it's not gonna be a big one. All right.
Oh no, and nor should it be.
Yeah. I don't know why they gave it
All
such a
right.
giant fucking thing on Crunchyroll though, but all right.
Next up is Roll Over and Die.
お喜び申し上げます。英雄フラムアプリコット様、あなた様は創造神オリジン様に選ばれました。
オリジン様に選ばれし勇者たちです。我らに平和をもたらす勇者に武運を祈りましょう。
せ
嘘だろ。ゴミが。お前ごときが魔王に勝てると思うな。ゴミ。
やださ。
その剣呪われてるんだわ。
どうせ死ぬなら。綺麗な目。一緒に逃げようよ。
私のご主人様になってくれるということですか。
ミルキッタ、行こ
お前ごときが魔王に勝てると思うなと勇者パーティーを追放されたので王都で気ままに暮らしたい。2026年放送開始。
Alright, how much of this did you catch, Agent?
I watched it through. So speaking of trash shows, we have the dark fantasy trash now.
Yeah, well, I would make an argument that dark fantasy is kind of the surface layer of this show. The real core of this show is traumatized disaster lesbian polycule.
Yeah, so besides all that going on, you have the I don't want to say old school because the overused trope of, oh, this character doesn't have any power, what has this weird ability nobody knows about or can figure out, but but they're completely worthless. It's no, she's the curse build. So for every curse she gets instead of negatives, they're all positives. So the more cursed items she stacks, the stronger she gets.
It actually turns out that there was another element to it as well, because it turned out that reversal was one of the few things that could be used to, and this is spoilers, heavy spoilers, it's one of the few things that can kind of like undo the origin creatures and properly kill them.
Yep, which okay, so the points I probably should give it is there is a lot of really interesting world building going on here after they get through the
for
banish
sure.
from the hero party
Political intrigue going on in the
stuff
background there.
And some very interesting like deep world building going on overall. That being said, the opening bits on this very much do feel like they are in that trash category.
Oh yeah, it's surface layer trash for sure. But underneath, like, okay, it didn't have the budget to be like a higher tier show. But I felt it did pretty well with what it had, and it had a really interesting core. And I want to also point out, again, this is spoilers, but it really, I really enjoyed the fact that the demons were secretly the good guys.
Yep, I'm always a fan of that myself. It just, that opening didn't do it too good, and that's one of the biggest problems with that. I can see giving this.
The biggest problem with the opening was just that it set it up to be a different type of show than it actually was.
Yep.
I would put it above Holy Grail personally, but
once again, it's one of those, they both had that bad opening. I'm just kind of thinking like how much I like the ending to Holy Grail compared to Roll Over and Die, which Holy Grail wraps itself up nicely. That's probably the reason I liked it. I'm liking it a little bit more.
more self-contained.
Yeah. This can build off a lot of stuff if it does.
Yeah, it definitely left a lot of threads open for future seasons. Or at least a continuing manga.
Yeah. That's going to be the thing there. I think, I'll put it at the top of C. If we can get more people interested on that and that into, it could be a lot better because there's a lot they could really do here.
And I will throw out there, if Disaster Lesbian Polycule is something that very much appeals to you personally, for you, it might elevate this show up to more of a B tier.
Yeah, I think that's part of the reason I'm trying to keep it down. I know both of us have our bias towards it a little bit. And I'm trying to think of like, while I do admit we do have those, it's like, are we really influencing it that much? Or like, was it really here? We'll leave it there and I'll mull over it a little bit later. Like, list is not finalized until the end, guys.
All right. In that case, next up we have Hell Mode. The hardcore gamer dominates in another world of garbage balancing.
これもぬるゲーだったな。こっちは10年をやり込みたいんだが、終わらないゲームだと？ヘルモード？後悔先に立たず、絶望があなたの前に現れます。
これはもう疑いようのない転生です。職業召喚師。一人であらゆる役割をこなす。これが魔王を超えると言われる召喚師の力なんだ。
いざ尋常に勝負。甘いあれはね、褒めてあげるわ。剣豪の騎士団長。
このヌルゲーの時代に俺は自分だけがヘルモードって異世界に転生した。これはヌルゲーとの戦い。人生をかけてやり込みの価値を証明しろってことなんだ。ハイゲーマーなめんなよ。
All right. I'm assuming you also watched this one all the way through.
Yes, I did.
Fair enough. Why don't I start with the animation and let you take it from there?
I had a feeling you were going to have a lot to say about that.
Not as much as you might think. I mean, yes, the animation itself is kind of garbagey. Not even trash, just garbagey. And the 3D CGI character designs are both plentiful and bad. However, the rest of the animation is so bad, and the show is goofy enough, and the 3D CGI is to the point where it's kind of amusingly bad, sort of like what we saw with like the tractor in that show a few seasons back almost.
Life is suffering, but the harvest must continue.
It almost works in its own weird, stupid way. It's definitely not above trash tier, but it's almost one of those so bad it's good things. It's something that you can kind of laugh at how bad it is without it being actually painful.
Well, one of the things I think it really helped on the end was almost all, especially in the early parts of the show, all of the 2D characters are basically wearing goddamn sacks, rags, and like whatever they could scrape by with. Their homes are brown, their clothes are brown. Everything is dirt, dark, and grungy. And the 3D CGI models look clean and are mostly colorful. So it really kind of helps them pop in a weird way that makes them look interesting. which I don't say
Like,
good,
from
but
the visual interest standpoint. Yeah, I see what you're going for there.
yeah, and that was a good bit there. Are you ready to get in the story on this one, or?
I'll let you take it from here, and then if I have anything to add, I'll throw it in at the end.
Okay. One of the things it does really, why I really did enjoy, is it's a slow burn. This isn't the episode 2. He's got the Ultima superpower, a Sakabo attack, and can just two-shot its way. It's no, you do really see him slowly build up. This isn't. It tries to do a Motoko Sensei. It's not that good. It's nowhere near that good. Don't like. I'm just saying. It's like you don't see the slow, methodical bit of why is this character so strong? What is he doing to get stronger? How is he getting as powerful as he is? By the time he's able to do some of the bigger stuff, you know exactly why he has this, how he's doing this, what his thought process is behind everything he does. And I can very much enjoy that from a world building aspect. It's let me see.
I will throw out there, though, that a lot of that is off-screen grinding, but at least he mentions that he's doing the off-screen grinding.
Yep, you will see him probably do his first, I don't want to say raid, but you will see him go out, figure out the plan of what he's going to do to grind, and then you'll see a couple days pass, and it does a good job of understanding its time skips of why he's so much stronger. It's like, no, this took a while. He's, it took like months to get done, which they got a little too quick towards the end because they were trying to build up to him actually going to go do stuff and what the world was actually like and a couple other things going on at the time and stuff. But I did enjoy that. The character himself is a little too isekai oriented, kind of like while he does start to like and love his family in this show, he never loses that isekai mentality of I'm in another world, I better go grind, which is kind of the off-putting part. It's you don't see him grow into the world. If this does more in the show, it'll make that feel a lot better. But that was one of the biggest problems I had with him in particular. Didn't feel like he grew into the world. He always just felt like such an outsider. It's like you never saw him get too close. And I think that was one of its biggest detriments, besides the horrible animation.
I would say this is a show that, on paper, everything about this show is bad, but it was still weirdly interesting to watch, which is more than we can say for a lot of shows this season.
Yeah,
Definitely can't justify putting it anywhere but trash, though.
Yeah, I think I'm going to put it at the top of trash, but this is definitely trash. All right, what do we got going next here?
All right, next up is a show that I completely forgot was even part of this season. The villainess is adored by the prince of the neighbor kingdom.
起きたか。ゲームの攻略対象が目の前に。乙女ゲームラピスラズリの指輪。一番人気だった彼は、それはもうひたすらにヒロインを溺愛する。でも私はヒロインではなく悪役令嬢。
婚約破棄を告げる。そなたを国外へ追放する。
そんなひどすぎる。
そこまでですよ。ティアラローズ嬢、私の妃になっていただけませんか。
ゲームのエンディングは終了したはずなのに、これからどうなるの？
All right, Aiden, it's a villainous show. Hopefully you covered it.
Okay, so this was a drop for me. I got halfway through this series and just could not bear to goddamn watch any more of it. this does almost nothing intriguing with its main character. No, it doesn't do anything with intriguing with its main character. She is a girl reincarnated into her otome game that she likes. At like, technically, it's sequel or expansion pack that lets you romance another person after the starts. It's not good. There's just nothing going on in this story other than, oh, he's cute. Oh, I like him. I like her. It's like, I didn't like the main character. I didn't like the supporting cast. I think that the heroine character is also reincarnated. I caught that a bit, but I said I was losing focus watching this damn thing. I could not pay attention to it. I could not keep focusing on it. It's just like, this is, okay, it's going above the Darwin incident. This is a solid skip. I can't say anything redeeming about it other than the animation was okay. Like there's
I'm
no.
not sure that's redeeming exactly.
All right, some seasons it can be
vaguely passable animation. It's only redeeming quality.
Yeah, it's just nothing I could like on this one.
All right. Well, in that case, moving right along, we have Wash It All Away.
クリーニング店なんてどこも一緒だと思ってたけど、なんとなく分かった気がする。
いらっしゃいませ。はい、金目クリーニングです。うちのお店では靴はもちろん小物なんかも真心込めてきれいにいたします。
今度カバンきれいにしてもらってもいいですか？
金目さん、金目さん、金目さん、金目さん。
私2年より前の記憶をきれいさっぱりクリーニングしちゃったみたいで。お仕事見学させてくれませんか？お洋服って長く大切にされると持ち主の物語や思い出が詰まった宝物になると思うんです。だからこそ皆さんのお洋服が宝物であり続けるようにお手伝いをしているんです。私が唯一忘れなかったことですから。これきれいにしてもらえますか？はい、金目にお任せください。テレビアニメきれいにしてもらえますか？クリーニングのこと知りたくなったら遊びに来てくださいね。
I'm assuming you gave this one a pass.
Yep. Yes, I did. I hoped you covered it, please.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, I watched this one all the way through. In fact, I quite enjoyed this series. I would say, okay, first off, animation, decent, like B+, fairly solid, but you're not going to see like Sakuga in this. However, what I want to throw out there is this is the kind of series that if things like dedication to craftsmanship, the love and attention to objects that have a strong emotional attachment for people, or the sense of community and the kind of really genuine interpersonal connections and relationships that fosters in like a small town environment are things that appeal to you, then this might be sort of the healing anime for you. Also, if you want a show that has a lot of fan service bath scenes without any real frontal nudity, also a good choice. Because you're going to get those in every episode. That said, also, although one could argue that a lot of the strongest tension between the main character is with the other female characters, the principal romance of the show is between an adult woman and a high school boy. So if that is something that bothers you, definitely give this one a pass. Yeah, I would say that this is definitely in the B tier. And
Ooh.
it's definitely something that can bring out some feels in the right audience. Probably not as much as Journal with Witch, but I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing. They're just two different kinds of shows. I would say if I'm just talking about like my raw enjoyment of the show and how much I looked forward to watching it, I would probably put this at the top of B. Because I definitely tended to prioritize this show over You and I Are Polar Opposites. But
Damn.
individual mileage may vary here. It's a specific show that has kind of a specific audience, and I'm definitely personally a sucker for anything that involves like that spirit of craftsmanship.
Yeah, no, those are always good. It's just this one did not poke me out too much, unfortunately.
And that's totally fair. Not everyone's the audience for this one. It is very like slice of life in contemporary era, and I know that's very much not your thing.
Healing anime also tend to not get towards me too much either, so
Totally fair. All right. Next up, Kaya-chan Isn't Scary.
その子の目にあなたには見えない何かが見えていたとしたらこれはお化けが見える女の子かやちゃんのお話
かやは怖くないよかやも見えるよ出らんなくなるからダメ
かやちゃんのことは先生が守らなきゃ
あの時助けていただいたモブおじさんです
本当ありがとうかや
早く帰らないと遅くなっちゃうからねかや
数ヶ月前オカルト関係の仕事でヤバい家があると情報が入ってきました。
やばい家
捜査の末たどり着いたのがかや様のお家だったんです。そしてあの家には何かがいる。
騒がしいと思って来てみればいつまで若い気分でいるんだ。
この世には凡人ではどうにもできないことがある。深入りすると不幸になりますよ。
いい、あの家には関わっちゃダメ。忠告したからね。
かやの方が強いテレビアニメ「かやちゃんは怖くない」2026年放送開始。
You know, this is the second show with a little purple-haired girl who can really see and trounce ghosts, which is a lot, but you know, it's strange that it's happened twice. That opening felt like this gave this show more story than it had going on overall. This feels like a monster of the episode, because I believe this also had half episodes. I only got about halfway through this series again. How did you do on this, Yuki?
I watched 0 of this series, so it's all you.
Okay, yeah, I got halfway through this show, and it was just like, oh, this is this thing, gag. You know, maybe introduce a new character every now and then that'll pop up and help later with some other monster or something. Then she just crushes guys. There is a bit of a narrative with a monster in her house that might be her mother, might be related to her mother. I could not keep on long enough to watch this show. It's I don't want to say necessarily bad, but the animation is very blocky, very what
Well, I mean, we expect only the best from Eat Fish Studio, right?
was that what this was called again?
That was apparently from the preview we just watched, the studio that made this show. Yeah.
Okay. What I have to say to that is
a sarcastic joke. We've never heard of that studio before.
Yeah, it's I don't want to throw this in skip, but I think this is going to go in the trash.
Ah, the rare horror trash.
Yeah, this is I want to compare this to goddamn Ghost Stories in my head, but not the English dub. Like, this is just
the original.
Yeah, and this is kind of just this is a kid kind of doing this. It's weirdly cute. It's fun. It's okay. It's not anything to write home about. You kind of like the problem is it's once again it's all Japanese monsters, and while a Japanese audience would like it episode to episode, it's very much of I don't know enough about these to understand the deeper implications. So it just feels like, oh, big monster. Okay.
I see.
That's about all I can really say on that one. It's like I said, I didn't finish it, but I don't feel like this one's as much of a skip as it's just more of it just couldn't pull me in.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a very niche audience.
Yeah,
for this.
it's if you don't have an ongoing story, you have a hard time keeping my attention.
Fair enough. You got to have some connecting thread in the plot.
Yeah.
All right. Well, with that, I'm going to propose that we take our kind of midstream break here because we're a little over on the time. And although we still have more than half our shows to go, I could really use some more water.
Yep, that sounds good to me. We'll take a short break, grab some water, use the bathroom, and we'll be right back, everybody.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you're well rested and ready to go. God darn it. All right, what new trailer are we starting with this time?
It sounded like you wanted to say what new hell awaits us.
I little piece of me was on that because I know there's some bad ones still to come. I think we've got through the worst of them, honestly. I think there's still some bad ones coming down the pipeline.
I'm not sure about that. We might still have a few ones that might be worse. All right. But next up is Isekai Office Worker. The other world's books depend on the bean counter.
Wow, they're really trying to sell us off by the people who worked on it, aren't they? Wow.
And the only indication of what the show is really about is the manga covers in the end here.
All right. So do you want an actually decent yaoi romance in an anime? This is kind of there.
It's certainly like of the depictions I've seen, it's the one that I was able to hang the best with, despite it being, or possibly because of it being, one of the most explicit. And I don't mean explicit in terms of like the amount of sex that they're showing on screen, but rather like there is no real question of what's going on in this one. And it's not just like forbidden tension the entire time.
No, I think the two main love interests move in together halfway through the series, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it sounds about right. I didn't really watch quite that far, but it certainly looked like that was about to happen where I left off.
Okay, so besides this just being pure a yaoi romance show between all right, let me rephrase that. This is isekai. I don't want to say power fantasy, but wish fulfillment of, hey, you're an accountant that does a really good job. So what if you got teleported to a world? It's still got to be an accountant, but your boss appreciated your work and gave you the proper recommendations and promotions. Your coworkers appreciated what you did. Other people who your departments you have to budget and manage also really liked it how you got their books and worker people in order from what they should be and cleared out the corruption. And my God, this is, like I said, wish fulfillment, the series on everything he does, which with the,
you know what? When you put it that way, even the homosexual aspect of the show is probably kind of wish fulfillment because of how that is treated in modern Japan. Like having that opportunity to be open about it and to have someone kind of like white knight that into your life, I think is its own form of wish fulfillment.
someone who's going to literally come in, sweep you off your feet and say, no, you've had enough overtime. You're going to go home and we're going to screw for a while now.
And God damn it, I'm going to protect you. Especially from yourself.
Yeah, it's like I don't. I
put that one on some levels. This is like a weirdly wholesome romance.
Yeah, no, it very much is on that. It's two people who, well, the main character who very much is the. I don't even want to say he's self-destructive or grows as a character. It's just he gets people around him who don't let him be the. What do you mean I can't work 20 hours? What do you mean energy drinks are unhealthy for me? What do you mean I can't bring the work home with me? It's like, I don't know. It's very good on that end. I'm saying a lot of negatives. I feel like, but at the same point, this was a fun watch. A little piece of me was going to put this above trash, but I think this also goes right into the trash bin for the kind of show it is.
Kind of trash. Again, with the caveat that trash isn't necessarily bad. This is, in its own way, a very good series, but it's a type of trash.
Yeah, if you want your mature BL office fantasy world isekai romance, this is it. I mean, technically there was some action in it, but that was, I think, just people who didn't like him trying to get him killed. It's like, go on this expedition. Why? He's the accountant. Why does he need to go on the frontline mission to like the demon tree? He does math. Yeah, well, you can get a first-hand experience of like what we're using. It's like, yeah.
We need you to count all the leaves on the demon tree. It's very important.
Yeah, which okay, there's one plot point at the very end, which I'm going to spoil this just because it was incredibly the fuck for me. So at the very end, it turns out that because he was the main. Okay, so the main character in this isn't the person that was supposed to be summoned into the other world. He's kind of a tag along for the Saintess that's supposed to purify the demon tree and help save the world. But so they throw him in the accountant party, do all this stuff, and while he's doing this, he kind of figures out, hey, we don't really need to purify the tree. We just need to keep all like the demon energy it's producing sealed
on Blue
up.
Sky at agent123.bsky.social and watch the archives at https://www.youtube.com/agentq123.
Yeah, it's like that kind of keeps it from spreading, and like that way we don't have to spend money on like nights and hunts, like people fighting giant monsters, which everyone like, well, yeah, but that makes like the Saintess less valuable. Saintess, do you care you have to don't go into the demon tree? Do that more, please. More shield. So at the very end.
Also, you mean you don't have to keep unethically summoning people from other worlds to do your dirty work?
Yeah.
Oh, darn, that'll ruin the economy, I guess.
It plays into the church and a bunch of other stuff, but at the very end of it, it's like, all right, so the church, they get magical energy from prayer. Wait, so what are they using all that magical energy for? Oh, that's for the capital, and they produce magical tools, all this stuff. So wait, they monetize this? Are we measuring that? Are we keeping that in the books? Well, kind of. It's hard to measure that. Talk to the RD guys. Hey guys, can you measure magical energy? Yeah, that's easy. Okay, let's do this. Let's actually let's tax the fucking church because they're screwing us. Sure, like then it's like, oh no, it was actually a person from a rival church of another kingdom infiltrating this church and trying to make them more corrupt. Gets through it. It's like guy has this plan, is going to kill a bunch of the people who are in the middle of the prayer room, all this stuff. It's like, okay, we stopped you. It's like, yeah, he's an infidel. We should stop this. Japanese people that were summoned, like Saintists, all this. It's like, you shouldn't persecute him just because he's has a different religion. That's bad. All the religious clergymen. Just what? It's like, guy, it's like, so I get to go? No, you tried to kill us. But, your religion doesn't sound awful. But you tried to kill us. So you are lied for that. And it's just like, it was just such a weird thing at the very end, like out of left field. I wanted to bring that up. I don't know why, but it just stuck in my brain.
Maybe they were kind of struggling to find like some kind of thread to wrap up to give it an ending.
I don't know. It's like, no, the Saintess is going to try to find a way back, where the guy's kind of like, yeah, I like my boyfriend. I might stay here. I'm appreciated at work. Why do I want to leave? Oh, wait, I live in a mansion. What was my old house like? Oh, yeah, the 1-bedroom studio apartment. I'm good.
Incidentally, I would make the case for this show possibly being higher than Hell Mode, despite the fact that I completed Hell Mode and didn't finish this one.
Yeah, that's a bit hard. They're both on the same kind of bit there. Yeah. All right, we'll do that. But yeah, another trash, and it's a fun trash. Don't miss it. Like I said, skip is the ones we would recommend never trying. Trash is just kind of the Garbo shows. You know what they're like. Most of you go to McDonald's once a month, probably still. Maybe not the snap, but.
All right. Well, if we're wrapped up with that one, next up is You Can't Be in a Rom-Com with Your Childhood Friends.
どんなに恋の予感がしても決して進展することはない。ただの幼馴染だ。
幼馴染と恋愛なんてないない。
マジキモい。ありえないんですけど。
ねえねえ、英雄お兄ちゃん、7個に勉強教えて。
まさか私が女だからって意識してんのか？
せっかく進展しそうだったのに、私のバカバカ。話題作りに同じものまで買ったのに、ちょっとは私を見なさいよ。あかり。レイユのこと、本当はどう思ってるの？
あれ？いいのか？これいいのか？その先はあれだぞ。特別なあれだぞ。
英雄、英雄お兄ちゃん。
英雄、ラブコメになっちゃうぞ。それでも幼馴染とはラブコメにならない。2026年1月放送開始。
I love you.
I'm guessing you didn't end. Well, I think you ended up watching at least like half of this one, right?
I watched a chunk of this, and then it just once the gag of it's just like rom-com got old, I stopped there because it just wasn't doing anything else.
Fair enough. Yeah, I won't go into too much on this one. Like, the animation is below par. It's pretty trite with the like very basic childhood friend harem that it has going. I will note that the two primary female protagonists honestly feel like they have better chemistry with each other than they do with the main character, which it's another one of those series where I'm like, why don't they just get together? That would work so much better. But
because that's what fan
it's
fiction
okay.
for.
It is, as Agent said, a little repetitive. The joke does get a little stale, and you're not going to get anything too interesting or fresh here.
If you want to take a fun, if you want a fun take on the show, try doing a shot every time they mention rom-coms.
As always, with the caveat that any drinking game suggested on this channel may end up with you in the hospital.
Yeah, but you have to do a lot of that, don't you?
So, I don't know. I would say this is firmly in like the harem trash category. I would say it's probably definitely below Hell Mode. I don't know exactly where to rank it among some of the other ones there. I would say it was more enjoyable than Cute Girl in the Heroes Party for sure. Probably better than Dead Account, but I didn't watch Kaya-chan, so I can't really rate it against that.
The problem, Kai-chan and
Probably
this show
somewhere in that general vicinity.
both have the same thing of the repetitiveness and genericness, weirdly enough, on that Kai-chan one. Kind of are what their detriment is. And I would say we see more of this. I want to put it below Kai-chan just because we see this more often.
That's fair. We don't actually get a ton of horror stuff. So I'm willing to give Kaya-chan a little bit of extra points just for the fact that it's a underrepresented genre. All right, moving right along. A Gentle Noble's vacation recommendation.
どこだろうここ。私リゼルと申
You
し
ever
ます
notice these generic fantasy cities are always a circle with a castle in the middle?
身分を証明するものも
Sometimes they're a
ないの
square.
で身分もなし
Sometimes.
奥に立ち悪いのがいる。やめとけ。なんだてめえ。何がしたい？
私は全く知らないこの国にここにはない場所から訪れました。まるで世界の軸がずれてしまったように。
戻れんのか？
どうでしょう。もし私がいなくなって困るのならきっと帰る方法を見つけてくれるでしょう。
てめえは探さねえのかよ。
なのでそれまでは休暇だと思って楽しみます。
Alright, I don't think I even made it all the way through the first episode on this one, so balls in your court.
Dear mother of God, this is boring.
Okay, so it wasn't just me then.
It's, hey, this rich nobleman from another fantasy world gets teleported to a different fantasy world. He doesn't know what's going on, and he just kind of wanders through like, I'm going to have a fun... there was nothing for me to latch onto. There's nothing for me to, like, get behind. I think there's a gay romance going on in this one. It's... Oh my God.
Sure, like it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't watch this one either. This one's going solidly into the skip. I'm going to put it above Darwin Incident. It's
Even
not...
if there wasn't an overt romance, this was definitely BL category to some degree.
Yeah, this is I could not. I just could not bring myself to watch this. My God. So I'm sorry if this was a really great one and there was like a lot to stick through this. I gotta apologize on my end. I think both mine and Yuki's end on that end too, because just, man, they just did not do it. It didn't look bad. It's just nothing. There's just nothing to latch onto. It's just like, oh, fantasy series. Oh, okay. That's we have a lot of those.
I mean, I will throw out there, I watch some pretty bad fantasy stuff sometimes, but sometimes the biggest crime you can commit is to be boring.
No, that is the biggest crowd. This is a genre that's pure entertainment. Like, there should be something to latch onto thematically, characters, story, premise. This was just like, hey, why don't they just tour a fan? Like, there wasn't any world building going on. It was like trying to set up this character who was just this nice guy. It's like, no, why? Why do I care? Who is this Peter person? What's his world? What's his story? It's nothing. There's just nothing here. Nothing. All right, let's not waste any more of my voice on this. What's next, Yuki?
Yeah. Moving right along, we have reincarnated as a dragon hatchling.
Okay,
kind of the opposite of the previous show in some ways.
Weirdly enough, I read the light novel for this one like years ago.
Yeah, so I definitely watched this one all the way through. Animation is pretty garbage on this one, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
And it's very much so I'm a spider, so what at home. But nonetheless, this one was fairly engaging. You know, the main character had decisions that they had to make that were important to them and affected their life, which is more than we can say for a lot of stuff this season.
Yep,
it was compelling.
I think this predates Soma Spider. So what actually? Because like I said, when I say I read this as a light novel, I mean, I think this was back when like the first season of Overlord initially dropped, and I realized, oh hey, monster isekai is a subgenre, and I went through and read all what was available at that time, which was not a lot. It was what was it? It was reincarnated as a dragon, slime. Technically, was where I first discovered that one. And
quick clarification for the audience: Agent is referring to the release schedule of the mangas, but anime-wise, Spider definitely came out quite a bit before this one.
Yeah, not even a manga. I mean, light novel. Like I read this sucker.
I see.
Yep. Hakawadi, it had a great waifu in it though.
The Black Lizard, you mean?
Yeah, Black Lizard.
Yeah, Black Lizard was kind of best waifu.
Other than that, it's part of that monster isekai genre of main person gets transported or isekai'd into a new world, and instead of being a human or human-esque character who gets dropped in a party or reborn and has to grow up, it's no, I'm a monster. I need to eat and kill and do all this other stuff and figure out how to survive. Now, the one thing this does do interesting is while it is in isekai, I'm actually going to put a question mark at the back of that. You don't know anything about the previous world, and the main character doesn't know anything about the previous world either. He just knows, like, wait a minute, where am I? Who am I? What's going on? One thing I will say this show did, besides the choices, it actually had some good emotional impacts at certain points too.
Oh yeah, for sure. And also, it did more with the stat screens than just them being stat screens, which was interesting.
Yep, it's
like. Go ahead.
Sorry, that was more of a cough than a dramatic pause. each of its stats and what's going on actually affecting you abilities, and not just like, oh, number go up, be strong now. It's no, this means this is what ties to this. This is an ability that lets me do this from now on.
Not only that, but there were times when the inability to view stats really came into play, and where part of the intrigue of the show was tied to the actual stat screen itself.
Oh yes, it's stat screen being the driving point behind the story, and the more you learn about it and the differences between our main character and what is going on in the world is a very interesting thing, and what the quote unquote, I'm thinking about this now, and Slime kind of did the same thing, where the voice is more important than you initially give it credit for.
Yeah. All right. Well, I don't want to put too much time on this one because it's definitely a trash tier show. There's no question about that. But it was probably the most fun I had with a trash show this season, potentially.
I would almost kick this up into C tier if I know that wasn't just my bias talking. But yeah, this show is very good. I don't think it's ever going to be reincarnated as a Slime level of good.
No.
Especially with, I know what the next 3 seasons of the show would be if it gets them. They don't, it's one of the few they don't go into nation building on. Let me at least say that much. Yep. But yeah, it's, like I said, as far as isekai trash goes this season, I'm actually trying to look at what we still have down the pipeline. This might be the
easygoing defense. Maybe might end up being better.
No, I wouldn't. Okay, I might be my bias talking on that one, but this is probably my top end for trash. Like I said, a little piece of me would almost throw this into C, but I gotta look at at least it's no, you're being a little too biased. You're too biased on that one. All right, what do we got next, Yuki?
All right, next up is Dark Moon, the Blood Altar.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Oh, this was
that anytime I see Webtoon, I can kind of tune out.
Oh, I saw Webtoon. That explains so much.
Wow. I forgot how short that trailer was.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more time. I'm going to take it off that. But can you see if you can find another trailer for that really quick?
Yeah. Let me take a look real quick and see what I can find.
Well, she's doing that really quick because that was absolutely nothing, which I can completely understand. How many people have ever watched Twilight, read Twilight, or liked Twilight? Do we have a trailer 2 there? It's a minute and a half.
I think so, but give me a second to get it set up properly here.
Then you're gonna like this show. We'll get a proper trailer, and then I'm gonna go in why. I'm also gonna go heavy spoiler on this one because oh my god, all right, you ready?
I think so. Let's see how this goes.
想像上の存在と思っていた怪物
There's characters now.
世界に現れた彼らは人間を装い
Oh my god, that
何食わぬ
horrible
顔で社会に
dialogue
存在し
cutting out my screen.
闇に紛れて人間を襲い始めたのだ
少し前にも近くで殺人事件がありましたからね。噂ではヴァンパイアの仕業だとか。
俺の特別な力、君にだけ教えてあげる。俺の名前はヘリ、12年生だよ。俺たちは他の生徒と仲良くしちゃダメだ。手が冷たい時は温めてあげるよ。俺たちは誰とも友達になんかならない。
なんだよヘリー、一目惚れでもしちゃったわけ？
悪い、大丈夫か？大丈夫？あの子はどこか違うんだ。なぜか不思議と惹かれるんだ。
世界中の誰よりも
ヴァンパイアを憎んでいるから。
俺たちには秘密があるからなんだ。
Okay, that explains a lot better than the 30 seconds of sound opening clip or the OP and the cutout of the majority of the main boys. All right, yeah, you left this one completely to me, didn't you?
Oh yeah, 100%.
So Twilight. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to break this one down bit by bit here, just because this was started off as eye rolling. Oh, this is a girl who doesn't like vampires who enrolls at a school that's only open at night. Like, what the fuck? But she's only doing this because she has a secret of her own. She has super strength.
Oh.
And is worried about, I'm sorry. It's like, oh, people are going to think I'm a freak. You can bench press a car. Who the fuck is going to make fun of you for that?
And if they do, throw the car at them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's like, I know they're... I know there's a big difference between guys and girls and like your perception on like what you can do in society and stuff like that. Any situation, like it is being incredibly strong considered to be like negative. I don't know. It might be more of a classic Japanese thing.
I suppose in Japan,
Yeah,
it could very be like a female feminine role thing.
But she also has a major. Okay, what?
I was going to say, I think it would have felt more legitimate if the concern there was like being taken in for scientific experiments or something.
No, she's just worried what people will think about her, which is like,
Well, you know, you can't mess with the kooky.
Like, okay, whatever. But okay, enrolls at a night school because I don't know, worried about her super strength. As she goes in there, she's also incredibly hated by vampires, who are a thing in this recently popped up in the world in the last couple of decades. They've been around longer, but story reasons.
Which perfectly makes sense for vampires. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Then as she's going into this dorm where like all like these 8 other boys are also like the only ones in this dorm, like they have their own rooms, but it's a dorm. I know it's stupid. It's like, oh, hey, they're all these pretty Bishi boys are mysteriously attracted to her. Then she finds out they all have powers. It's like, oh, we're all just really powerful. It's like, oh, wait, you're a vampire too? It's like, no, I hate vampires. Oh, that's cool. None of us are vampires. Yeah, they're all vampires. All the boys are vampires, with the exception of what's that? Where like you have 2 different colored eyes thing called
Heterochromia.
Yeah, one of them has heterochromia. He's not also a vampire. He's also a werewolf, which turns out are also things, and also happen to be the rival schools and rival to all the other vampires who are trying to keep these vampire boys who are trying to keep their secret from her now that they know that she doesn't like vampires.
Vampire werewolf, dun dun dun.
Yeah, but they all really like her, which, okay, this is kind of a interesting, they like her,
it's a
but
Vampire Night.
Yeah, I was trying not to say that, but yeah, I know.
I've already watched Vampire Night once. I didn't need to watch it again.
Oh, but okay. I'm going to, if anyone still wants to watch this that isn't like already tuned into like how many like comparisons we're making or about this is how the story is going to end. It turns out she's the reincarnation of an ancient shaman princess from a kingdom who was overturned by a evil general who became an evil vampire. But to counter the evil vampire general, she turned all of her loyal knights into vampire lords to help fight him. But they weren't strong enough. So they spirited their souls away so he could never get their powers. And they're all she's the reincarnation of the princess, and all the boys are the reincarnations of her loyal knights. And the reason they like her so much is because they still have the feelings from their previous lives.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Like this is the most fanficky show I have ever watched. I'm pretty sure I've watched shows that were just pure fan fiction. And it's like at the end, they overcome the evil general who's found them, and all live happily ever after. Now that she's an awakened princess shaman, and she's realized that the god that empowers her is also the god of the werewolves. So she's also she's the high priestess. So all the werewolves now like her too. And since the vampire lord, who's also half werewolf, is like the guardian of the shaman werewolf goddess princess, he's perfectly okay with his life. It's like, I'm sorry. This is the most fanficky. But okay.
We're probably giving this more time than it deserves, to be honest.
We really are. But I had it's one of those, it started off so bad that it was like, it got so, it had so much. It's one of those shows. It's going in the trash. It's going on the trash right above Hellbow, just from how entertaining it was. Because one of the best things you can do with fan fiction is have fun with it. And this show was having so much fun with its story, and I was enjoying it so much through and through. It's like, my fucking God, how can you do, what the hell? If you want a fun Twilight fan fiction of a show, Dark Moon, The Blood Altar is pretty okay.
All right. Well, next up we have Scum of the Brave. I didn't make it past the first episode of this show, so all you.
Okay, no, because here I want you to why didn't you exactly hit on this one? Because this show hasn't been talked about and is fairly low rated, and I'm not sure why. I'm trying to get a grasp on that.
Honestly, it wasn't even the setting that threw me so much as the characters sucked. I couldn't get behind any of the characters that were introduced to me in episode 1. That's my personal take, at least.
Okay, no, I can definitely understand that one, because am I not seeing this on my list here?
And I mean, from what I've heard about the setting, I probably eventually would have taken issue with that, but I didn't get deep enough into the setting to even care much about that before the characters turned me off of the show.
No, I can very much. Is this okay? That was that one. Okay, they didn't translate the title on this one for some stupid reason. Okay, so that was, I was trying to find it on my list. It's this one. Okay, so in a world where people can get magical powers through drugs, crime bosses, are now like dark lords because, obviously, and bounty hunters called braves fight them. It's a very, once again, I don't think the animation was anything of that good. There are some CGI monsters in this one. Holy freak, they are horrible. Like, there's only one. There's only, okay, I think there was technically the panda one too, but there's one model. It's awful. And it's back to the series. It's terrible. I think I latched onto the main character in this one just because of how he kind of lives. It's Scum of the Braves. And it's someone who does not look at himself as a good person, but is still doing the best he can. He wants to go down, drink beer, play Magic with his friends at the local pub, which it was kind of weird that they all kind of played not Magic.
I mean, it's like the later Final Fantasy games, right? Like, every one of them's got to have some kind of card game.
I mean, you want to say later, Triple Triad kind of started in 7, didn't it?
Nope, 8.
Was there not a card game in 7?
There was no card game in 7.
Okay.
There was a card game in the re-release of 7, like the newer version of 7.
Yeah, Queen's Blood.
The original.
Yep. But kind of starts with following him, which, I happen to like characters who are kind of the scumbag, not too good at what he does, but good enough to get by in life. Maybe a little bit too relatable for me. But it ends up following him as he saves a couple of girls who are not like damsels in distress, but students at a school that's supposed to train these people. And the leader of this group latches onto him as hard as it could be, determined to get him to be her master. Which, one of the things you do kind of learn is when you eject your stuff with I think it's called E3 or something like that, or something 3. It's
E3. It brings you to the video game expo.
Exactly. Gives you a magical power besides, regeneration. So bullets don't work too good on you anymore, since, unless it's like an insta kill headshot, you're not going down. And I think even then you can bounce back from them. Maybe. I don't know. Guns aren't worth as much anymore unless they're like blowing you to bits. So that's why everyone has swords and stuff, and magic. Everyone has like their own special ability. Our main character's special ability is probably the worst one visually because it's bullet time. So that means if they want to show off his power, they have to use slow-mo.
Which would probably work a lot better if the show had more budget.
Yeah. Oh, when I mean bullet time, I don't mean he gets to move faster. I mean he perceives time slower.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Just, I think that's how similar to Max Payne the games. If anyone's old enough to. Oh, I'm just realizing those are PS2 genre game. Oh my god.
Those are now considered retro. I'm sorry.
The 360 is retro now at a GameStop. My bones turned to dust. Which is a very cool concept. It's, lets them do a more inner monologue to, like, as he plans out each individual attack and stuff. Which also brings in, like, okay, why did this girl latch onto him so much? Oh, her power is telepathy. So she's actually reading his mind, seeing how cool he is, and like actually getting his not so much his deeper thoughts, but seeing exactly what he is thinking. It's like, yeah, he's not putting on the facade as much of an asshole as he is. And it's interesting to see him kind of fall into this role because of, the person that he's teaching knows that he's not this much of a jerk. And just like, no, don't do this. It's like, no, we're all doing this. Yeah. It's like, well, why are you doing this? Well, shut up. And I really just enjoyed that character interactions with each other. Even towards the end of the final thing of, yeah, no, we're going to go kill this Dark Lord. Why? They killed our buddy. It's like it's a vendetta, but isn't it that bad? We're not good guys. We're bounty hunters. Let's go kill the guy that killed our buddy. And I really just enjoyed that. We did get And the story does go into some heavier plots later on in world building. Like you get to see how much like this drug has affected the world. And it's like, yeah, there is no banning this instantaneously. It's either everyone has access to this or you only have criminals that have magical powers now. It's going to be bad. That being said, the animation is it's not good. It's not good. It's looks okay at best and does that
like in a still frame, it's almost serviceable.
Yeah, and that's not counting the CGI bad. And like I said, the story and the characters are what drove me, but it's if you don't latch onto those, I think it's gonna be hard. I'm gonna put this at the top of C just because I think this might be my bias showing through really hard on how much I latch onto these guys. Because I want to put it higher. A little piece of me was like top of B, but the more I heard from Yuki and the more I was like trying to get justifying that, the more I can see where a lot of people would have trouble with this show. I think this was...
Yeah, I saw no buzz about this show whatsoever.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. I think this very much is in our C tier of this is for people in its genre. And I think it might have just hit me over the head with what I like.
That happens.
All right, what do we got next, Yuki?
Moving along, we've got an adventurer's daily grind at age 29.
俺の名前は東雲はじめ。今は狛江村で村付きの冒険者として暮らしている。このままのんびり過ごしていけると思っていたんだが。うわー！死んでねえだろうな、おい！
ダンジョンで一人は危ないぞ。リレイが仲間になってやろうか。
Bachelor meets young girl is a weird way to phrase that.
There's a lot of weird stuff that probably shouldn't be in this show. They just hurt set.
今宵のリレイソードは血に飢えているのだ。
まだ朝だぜ。さて、今日ものんびり働きますか。29歳独身中堅冒険者の日常。
テレビアニメ化決定なのだ。
I think you fell off on this one, right?
No, I watched this one all the way through. Okay, one thing I wanted to ask, does this feel like this character is more in his mid-30s than late 20s?
Oh, for sure, yeah. Like, he definitely... I fully agree. He feels more like 38-ish than 29.
Yeah, it's like when you said 29, I was like, really? Because he felt like you said 30. Like I feel 35, but maybe that's me projecting a little bit. All right, what do we got for animation, Yuki?
Nothing too special. I mean, I can definitely say that it at least doesn't have any horrible CGI sins in it that I can remember off the top of my head. The monsters and everything are at least hand animated from what I can recall. They might not be the greatest designs. They might get a little repetitive at times. But other than that, like, it's not good animation, but it's not the worst of the season by any means either.
Nope.
Probably D plus, maybe low C.
Yeah. That being said, okay, there is one weird problem this show has right away that I don't know why they like to have it. Like you brought it up in the trailer, it's like, you know, bachelor and young girl find it's like that's not what this show is. This is not a romance show. I hope. I don't know how the series ends. I really hope not.
Well, okay, with the caveat, the two caveats. One, there is the succubus blood in the girl that turns her into an adult when she's sleeping in the same bed with him at night, although they don't go anywhere with that. And two, it is definitely notable that the girl does develop a crush on him at some point during the series.
Yeah.
Like the little girl to older figure in life sort of crush. It's relatively innocent, but there's definitely like overt jealousy towards other women and things like that.
I could see that. And if it wasn't for that weird, like, oh, she's part, like, I don't even mind the part succubus thing, because like they introduce another succubus character in this series and other weird, what do they call it? Ancient blooded characters.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's perfectly interesting and fine for world building aspect. It's like, why is she turning an adult at night? It's like, don't do this. Don't. It's like I know the Gooner aspect. I know a lot of this stuff. Don't fucking do that. And this ain't like, this is not that type of show. This is a person, found family who's also an orphan as a kid, kind of finding another orphan and then taking them in and kind of raising them and kind of developing a family. And then, being part of the community. It's like, this is a community family story fantasy world. And this feels very good at that. It does a lot of good world building. Does a lot of good character development. There's so much fun to be had here. And then there's this little spot that they open up at the beginning, and it's like, oh, this is going to stop a bunch of people right here, dead in its tracks. And I can't blame them for that. And I really hate that aspect of it.
Well, here's the other thing, right? It doesn't even serve the community that's really into that kind of relationship, because the people who are into that want to see that relationship between the character and the young girl, not the young girl in an adult's body.
Yeah, and then it's like, it still happens every so often because they don't drop that plot of the story, but it has no value on anything else out of that. It's just like, yeah, we have to make sure she wears extra baggy clothes at night because this all she'll do. Yeah. And that's it.
I will throw out there, we do see that there are other times when she turns into an adult besides just when they're sleeping together at night. So there is that aspect of it. Like, it is an indicator of her, like, blood awakening in general. But yeah.
Like I said, though, it's like, it's not brought up in all of those scenes. It's like, it's just, yeah, that happened and everybody's aware of it and they don't care anymore. It's like, yeah, this is just something that happens to her. It's like, there's so much interesting things, which, like, you have like the half rooster chick, which dad was a beastman, mom was an elf, or I don't know. There was just a lot of cute and innocent things. Like, this very much
sounds like a bluegrass song.
Yeah. But there was a lot to like here. It just, I hate to bring up that point, but it's going to be what breaks so many people on this. Other than that, this would have been a fun, I don't want to say slice of life, but it is a fantasy slice of life show.
I will throw out there, because they didn't really get lewd with it or anything, I think most people will still probably be okay with this show, but there will definitely be a subset of people who are immediately turned away from it by that.
Yep. Other than that, I think we have another B rank here, or do you think this is a C?
Oh, it's definitely not B rank. I mean, this is either C or trash. It was relatively enjoyable as a ride, but I would honestly say it's below the Dragon show.
I can also kind of see that. I think this was a, like, slice of life I got into, so I think I rated it a little higher on the end, but
that's fair.
Yeah, no, I can definitely see that.
Where you're coming from.
I can see that. Let's leave it there. I think that feels good.
Yeah, but if I'm acid testing it against the other shows, that isn't where it ends up.
Yep.
All right. Next up, then we have a misanthrope teaches a class for demi-humans.
森の中にある不思議な学校、私立白縫高校。ここは人外、人ならざる者が人間になることを目指して日々学ぶ場所。ここ上級クラスの担任を務める一間玲だ。29歳男、人間。
羽田とバリ、種族はモズだよ。人間になりたい理由は音楽をしたいから。宇佐美水、ウサギなの。人間になりたい理由はお世話になった人間に恩返しがしたいからなの。私の名前は水月京香ですわ。種族は人魚ですの。人間になりたい理由はダンスがしたいからですわ。大神咲です。種族は一応狼です。人間になりたい理由は中途半端な存在じゃなくなりたいからです。
そう、彼女たちは人間じゃない。けれど誰よりも人間に憧れていた。人外教室の人間嫌い教師、2026年1月放送開始。
Right. How much of this one did you catch?
I watched this one through, actually.
All right. Well, I'm interested then in your kind of input and counterpoint, because I feel like this one's going to have a lot of bias for me. In that, in particular...
Hello. Unfortunately, I cannot read...
Yokoso. I also cannot read kanji.
Yeah.
Gomenasai.
087 shy.
Where was I? So in particular, Usami, the rabbit girl's entire arc just annihilated me emotionally. So I'm interested in your take on that.
Oh, yeah. All right, there we go. Auto translate has got that. No problem for intruding on there. Oh, and
Talkies.
Got a pre-roll ad on that? All right. That was weird. You shouldn't be getting pre-roll ads. Oh, no, you stepped in just as we got the break. Okay. As far as the emotional goal, that's what I actually was going to bring up on this one. Kind of the same problem I had with as the Adventure of Daily Grind. This kind of comes off more as a lewd or a fan service show, when realistically this is a
It's like a fan service bait and switch into like heavy emotional themes.
Yes, it is very much so.
087 shy.
And like a diatribe on the nature of humanity.
Yeah, this show very much. Sorry. This show very much gives you that emotional core. Every character is a deep translation of, I don't want to say what it means to be human, but like what it is to be a person, and like what it needs to be, what you need to do to be better, what you need to do.
I am back, Hannah. You one pixie hungry.
Welcome back.
All right, welcome back. Get bad luck on getting the ad right as you jumped in here, but yeah, well, we pulled the right turn again. Is so much of what can do on that one, and how they expand the cast, and how much even the teacher goes through, and how much each character feels like a real person, really elevates the show past what I thought it was going to be. What I will say,
I had my suspicions that this show was going to be something like that early on, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that it was, but also wrecked.
Yeah, this show very much so can hit you with some weirdly heavy emotions out of left field. I don't want to spoil what any of the girls' stories are on this one. This very much is a show that
Hannah, you won Hanada.
Okay. Do you want to this to be?
It has to be at least a B. I would say it's actually at the top of B.
I can very much feel that. This, like, if you're expecting Monster Mansune or Rojiro Vampire or something like that, This is not that kind of show. This is a show that sits you down and expects you to kind of understand what you are. Give me a second here.
Yeah, I mean, you are going to get a little bit of cleavage in this occasionally, but that is really more of a smokescreen for the show's true purpose.
Yes, and even with some of the characters they introduce later on, the teacher is not there to, lust after the students, or the students aren't there to generally lust after the teacher, which...
One notable exception of the 5,000-year-old dragon girl, but yeah.
Yeah, there might be a second exception there too, but that might be a little bit of spoilery stuff going on as well. Like I said, there is a lot of interesting things happening in this show, and to spoil that would wreck it. But we'll just stay on a note. This dives into, I wouldn't say even so much of the lore of the monsters, but what you can feel like as a person.
What defines a human?
Yeah, and how we interact with each other and how we communicate with each other as well. But okay, Yuki, where are we going next?
All right, next up we have the daily life of a part-time torturer.
Well, whiplash, tonal whiplash here now, isn't it?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, but Hannah, if you're wondering what our ranking list is going to be, final postings will be put on our social medias after this. But these are all of the new shows for last season.
僕にやらせてください。せーの、ヒュー、大丈夫？うまい骨の折り方を教えたろ。業界一ホワイトな拷問会社よ。シフトの提出期限は守るように。俺の黒ってあります？バイトもたくさんやったけど、ここが一番気に入ってますよ。頑張ろう。痛くせんから。怖っ。はいはい、仕事すんで。いいっす。
Was that Jam Project doing that opening?
I didn't catch it. I don't know.
I don't know why they would be doing that opening, but okay there. That's a very interesting. Okay, let's ask it. Yuki, did you watch any of this, or did you bounce off after the first couple episodes?
I watched maybe 4 episodes or something like that. Yeah, I can at least say that the animation was kind of meh. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. But yeah, I'll let you cover more of the details since you probably watched more of it.
No, I think you watched more of this show than I did.
Really? Okay. Well, in that case, yeah, so this is actually kind of like a character-driven workplace show that just happens to be skinned with it being a torture agency for reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that at least makes it stand out and maybe draws some people in that way or something. But it doesn't honestly seem very necessary for the show.
Yeah, this is the problem I kind of had. It's very much of did they want to be technical with the torture, which they didn't really go into? I'm kind of happy about that they didn't go into that because once again, comedy, workplace, rom-com, okay, I like those, aren't bad. Those could be very fun. Doing it as a torturer feels
if they really went places with the torture element, I could understand, but it's just that they happen to work at a place that does torture, and it's really incidental to everything else happening in the show, besides the occasional, oh, we're going to purchase torture supplies kind of joke.
I feel like if they would have either gone more over the top, comical with it, it could have been funnier, or if Like I don't want to say if they would have gotten darker and grittier with it because I really don't want to see that as a show. I really don't like that.
It's the sort of thing that would make a lot of people uncomfortable, but I'm sure it would serve a specific audience too.
It serves a specific audience. Whether that audience should get like I don't like to.
I don't want to kink shame anyone here.
Yeah, but I don't know. The torture thing is a little like I hate to say like this is where I kind of draw the line, but it's kind of where I want to draw the line. Which hey, if both parties are consensual, you're into that. Although I think we're gonna have to throw this on skip because neither of us could watch this.
It honestly wasn't like bad. It just I had too much to do and too much else to watch to really be bothered to watch more of it.
And that's kind of where I was at with this one myself. It's just kind of like, yeah, I don't really want to watch this, and I got enough else that are doing on me. It's like, yeah. But
not terrible, but not good either.
Yeah. All right, Lynn, there's enough to watch that is good. You can watch that. All right, what do we got next, Yuki? Ooh, Bandai Namco.
Or even enough to watch that's entertainingly bad. All right, next up, are we actually covering this one? I don't remember. The Yoroi Shinden Samurai Troopers?
Nope, that was it is a literal sequel to the original series.
Okay, yeah, I thought it was a reboot, but I think it turned out to be, yeah, as you said, a sequel. All right, so in that case, next up is Jack of All Trades, Party of None.
あんたみたいなやつをなんて言うかわかる？器用、貧乏よ。
すでにオルンの代わりの付与術師は見つけている。
Hey, look, it's the theme that you despise.
心配するほど腕は鈍っていないのかもしれない。これならまだ剣士でもやっていけそうだな。
Okay, it's not quite the theme I despise because it's not like, oh, you're a healer, we don't need you. It's no, we found a better. We don't like you as what you do. We found a better one.
Or so they thought.
Yeah. Oh, the CGI.
Yeah. Yeah, that spider.
どうが
わかりました。マジックアップ。
ソフィアはあいつの動きを止めるんだ。はい。ファイヤー、シャベル。新人たちは怖いかもしれないが、じっとしていてくれ。絶対に守るから。行くぞ。みんなを守るために必要なのは、目の前の理不尽を跳ねのけること。2000
All right, like Yuki there was saying, we have another great show in the oh, we thought you were useless, so we kicked you from the party genre.
But it turned out you were actually the best after all.
Or your class is incredibly overpowered. It's like I think I've said multiple times on these streams, I don't like that genre. If you're an MMO player, especially, you know, oh, the healer, they're worthless. No tank that's been competent has ever said this. Or would dare say it seriously to their healer. Now, this show... All right, Yuki, what do you want to... You got anything about the animation on this one other than bleh?
No, the animation's bad. There's no real salvaging the animation in this show. In addition to
follow on Blue Sky at agent123.bsky.social and watch the archives at https://www.youtube.com/agentq123.
A slideshow. You're not going to see much in the way of actual animation. And I feel like pretty frequently characters are off model as well. And it's one of those shows that has like weird angles sometimes where different characters are kind of drawn at slightly different angles in the same frame.
Yeah, there's not too much going on there. On top of that, while a lot of the time in these shows, the main character can be this incredibly overpowered and strong person, my God, does he just go from 0 to I'm going to slay this big monster that's given all the toughest guys the hardest times because I have to.
Oh, and also, other support person, don't support me because I'm better at supporting myself than you are at supporting me.
Yeah, which, okay, I can kind of understand what they're going for in that scene, but it's just like, this show wanted to jack off this guy so hard. It did. Like, you know, that's exactly what the whole show was.
And of course, all the girls are into him.
Even the younger ones that he's it's like, oh my God. It's, all right. We're going to have
the
this.
Big sister, the little sister, all of them.
Yeah. The evil, it's just whatever. All right. This is This is pure trash. Where are we throwing this in the trash, though?
I felt like it's somewhere in the neighborhood of Cute Girl Heroes Party.
Yeah, I like Dead Account better than I did this. At least that had some balancing, like there have to be balancing issues, I guess would be the way to put that. Just, yeah.
All right. Next up, we have Tamon's B-side.
俺の歌で抱いてやるよ。覚悟はいいな。全国のガールフレンズ。
The Carol Fantasy anime.
Yes.
飛ぶ鳥を落とす勢いで躍進中のアイドルグループフェイス最愛の推しカモク神
世界中の人を笑顔にしたいです。
推しを推すには金がいる条件の良さにつられて始めた家事代行バイトはすっかり板についた本当に同一人物恐ろしく顔色悪いけど日々網膜に焼き付いている顔面を見間違うはずなどなくこれは
本来なら応援される価値もないんであんな偽物
は偽この人がタモンくん
タモンくん今どっち
たとえ本人でもアンチには屈しませんいや何これ
I'm going to say straight out the gate that I don't feel like this was a bad show necessarily. Like, the premise was probably fine. It just aggressively was not for me.
Yeah, you didn't watch this one either, did you?
No.
It's like I think I got 3 episodes in and it was just like, oh, I can't do any more of this show. It's not bad. It's interesting. It did a little bit play into what it's like to be a fan to meet your K-pop idol or J-pop idol. I think technically this one.
I think the problem with it is like if you are not a K-pop or J-pop fan, you're gonna have a really hard time connecting with this one.
Yeah, that being said, I don't think I feel bad about enough of this to put it in skip. I think I'm gonna put it in trash.
It is its own specific kind of trash, I think, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't feel like this belongs at the bottom if we're being objective, because I've definitely seen positive buzz about this one. I've definitely seen that there's people out there who are very, very into this show. Like, enough to almost make it part of their personality.
Ooh. Okay. So just for the sake of the fans, let's throw it there. Let's put it there. How's that sound?
Yeah, I definitely think it at least belongs above Kaya-chan.
Yep. All right. Moving right along then, because we don't have much to say about something we didn't get a chance to watch. What do we got?
Yep. Next up, we have Noble Reincarnation, born blessed to obtain ultimate power.
俺は新たなる命を授かり貴族に転生した部下を増やせば俺自身も強くなれるってわけだ多くの民の幸せのために動くべきだそれが貴族の俺の特権だ俺に従えレビアタン
あの狂犬を屈服させるとは 思った以上に使えそうだな。
ただただすごい脱帽だ。見事世が与える試練を乗り越えてみせよ。
私ご主人様のお役に立ちたくてお仕えできているだけで幸せなんです。
シャーリー・グラン親王殿下に生涯変わらぬ忠誠を誓います。
本物の宝とは人間だ。
その力を人々のために使ってみせろ。
貴族転生、恵まれた生まれから最強の力を得る。放送開始。
When people use the term power fantasy as a derogatory, this is the show they're talking about.
Yeah, I probably should have seen the anthology of the show's jerking its character off for this one.
The stat screen in this show is jerking the character off.
Yeah.
I cannot conscionably put this show that high on the trash list.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. Let's just go. Like, this is a skip. This is. What would be the way to put this?
The most, like, veteran of isekai trash goblins and fantasy trash goblins, this is a skip.
Yeah. Okay. Now, that being said, this is like, it's just this show's problem are that it's just pure power fantasy. There's not much else going on at this.
It's not even good at the power fantasy aspect. Like,
yeah.
Go ahead.
It's just the main character keeps getting stronger. He's getting more powerful because he's so good. It's like, oh, he's so good at spending all the money he owns. Oh, he's so good at being like a judge. He just can't fail. The thing I wanted to say is there are some really, really god-awful freaking... Was this an isekai?
I am not totally sure. I honestly don't remember.
Like, I watched this whole
It
thing.
might have been, because he's the only one that has a stat screen.
Yeah, I think it's an isekai technically. It doesn't come up other than the fact that he has a stat screen, which only he has, which I don't think he has knowledge from his previous world that comes into play. It's just main character's so cool, he's so powerful, he's so cool, powerful.
I think he's supposed to, because he's like the wise prince, right? But the thing is, every decision that he's lauded for is like super mediocre.
Yeah, it's not much. All right, let's keep moving on. We're going long, and that's not much to talk about there.
All right. Well, moving right along, we have Kunon the Sorcerer Can See.
Ori. そうか。作ればいいんだ。魔術を使って目を作るんだ。2つ。いいぞ、クノン様。学校に行くんですか？お久しぶりです。
Ranked first on whatever the hell that site was. I'm wondering if it's a better read than it is watch.
I don't know. But I feel like it being in a written form couldn't possibly salvage a lot of the core issues with this show.
給料減らせよ言っておくね。
すいません、調子に乗りました。
All right. I have to advocate for this one going into skip, if only because it is actively potentially offensive to at least two groups.
I can guess one. What's the
Maybe
other?
more. So there's obviously the really poor handling of the blindness thing in the show, but later on there's also a pretty objectionable treatment of the first trans girl that they introduce.
There was a trans girl in this show? I watched this thing. What the fuck? I don't remember that.
Oh yeah. You remember the blonde classmate who he immediately like treats like dirt. Yeah, they later on tell him that she has the heart of a maiden after he like immediately rejects her for not being female. He then has like a gay panic moment and then comes around and is like, okay, well, I'll accept that. And she's a girl, so I'm going to be gentlemanly, his definition of that, towards her, too.
Okay, so did you finish this one at least, Yuki?
I did finish this one, yes.
Okay, because I was gonna say, it's like I felt like the second half of this show got a lot better. I felt like the first four,
First
five
half was straight up depressing.
yeah, it's like once he got his magic going, it felt a lot better. But it's just like I don't remember it before that, honestly.
Yeah, it felt more like typical fantasy trash once that happened, but there's really nothing too salvageable about this show. At best, it's low on the trash category. At worst, it's a straight up skip because it's potentially outright offensive to people.
Yeah, okay. The fact that they had that major plot point and I don't remember it probably because it's like this was going to be towards the bottom of the trash for me at the most, but it's like I could definitely see that because this show was I think I was just skimming through it. Then I got to the part where it started feeling like standard fantasy trash, and I started latching onto it at that point. But like before, like if it took me halfway through the show before you could start remembering shit, yeah, no, let's call that there.
Sounds like a plan. All right.
All right, moving on from the skips.
Yep. Next up, we have Hanakimi.
Hanakimi. All right.
Yeah.
大阪学園一の俊足1年にしてフォワードサッカー部の燃える若獅子とは俺のこっちゃ。
今度あんなふざけた真似しやがったら承知しねえからな。ほらポケットしてんなよ。行くぞ。
転入生の芦屋瑞希です。すみません、飛行機が遅れてしまいました。本当にごめんなさい。
花盛りの君たちへ。
超ラッキー。神様
I feel like normally I probably would have covered this one, but honestly, it had very, very little interest to me. Did you end up watching it?
No, okay. So, would you like to go into a little bit of the story on the backstory for this thing, or?
So we talked about this during the start of season, but this was like kind of the OG manga that created this whole subgenre. Around the same time as like Fruits Basket, I think, and or in High School Host Club. But this hasn't aged well, I guess you could say, in a sense. It's not that it's become objectionable or anything like that. It just if this had been adapted to an anime like 20 to 30 years ago when it came out as a manga, it would be a classic today. But because instead everything else has already riffed and iterated on this countless times, it just feels stale and old and predictable.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem we're kind of having with this one. Once again, it's girl joining boys' school pretending to be a boy because like I want to say more of the trans thing to go into this one, but the problem is this one's old enough that wasn't really a thing in Japan at that point in time yet. It's like a concept.
Yeah, and also she's not really doing it because she's trans or identifies as male at all. She just she has these alternate reasons, and it's more incidental that she has to cross dress.
Yeah, okay. I feel like I want to throw this one into C just from the classicness of it. And it doesn't do anything wrong. It's just it's well trotted territory that's the problem is like there's other I remember watching Ranma's reboot and how much I thought that was just going to be a slog, and realizing how well that show still does everything. And then I see shows like this that are also origin points for their genres, and they just feel bland now.
Yeah, they've just fallen so far behind the curve.
I think that's a good place to put that. Are you okay with that too, Yuki?
Yeah, I think that's fine. It's not like the show's objectionable. It's just not very interesting in today's day and age.
All right. What do we got left?
All right. Next up, we have The Demon King's Daughter is Too Kind.
魔族たちを暴力と権力で従えようとする者魔王アーリマンその欲望は彼を魔界統一へと走らせたが魔王はある悩みを抱えその侵略をやめてしまうその悩みとは魔王アーリマンの一人娘ドゥが優しすぎることだった
どういうことですか。なぜ突然軍を引き世界侵略を止めるのですか。
ドゥが我が娘が優しすぎるのだ。
ドゥ様が優しすぎる。なんでしれっと手伝ってるんですか、ドゥ様。じゃあ次はドゥが鬼。かくれんぼなんかやってません。ドゥはみんなを助ける魔族になりたい。
すごいぞドゥ。
どうしてそうなるんですか。
All right. How much of this one did you end up watching?
I skimmed through it again.
All right. I watched about half the series. There's nothing wrong with this series. It definitely is meant to appeal to a very specific audience. It's kind of borderline a healing anime. It's very cute. It's very charming. But it is also kind of repetitive and is sort of the same episode structure and joke every time. So it can definitely get kind of stale. The main driver is truly just the cute, precocious demon child. If that's not enough to make you stick around, I don't think you're going to want to stick with this show.
Yeah, there's not much else I can add. It's everything I saw. It was it's a gag anime about the cute demon girl who's too kind, and it was funny, for the first episode, and it was okay the second episode, and then by the time I got to the third episode, I was done. I was just done with this one. It's not bad. It's just you gotta hook me with a story of some kind. I can't do episodic shows too well anymore. Because if it's just gaggy. That being said, where do you want to throw this?
Let's see. I mean, it wasn't a bad show. I don't think it even really falls into the trash category exactly. It wasn't great either, though.
I think it's a solid C.
Yeah, maybe just above Hanakimi or something in C.
Mm. Right about there?
Right about there, yeah.
All right, we are on the home stretch, people.
All right, next up we have Champignon Witch.
魔女様はどれくらい重ねてきたのだろう。こんな風に悲しみと静かに横たわる日々をどれぐらい過ごしてきたんだろう。
いよ。車じゃお断りのお店ばっかなんだから。
あのバカ、何やってんだあいつ。
なんでだろう。彼女が急に可愛い優しい女の子に思えて。
あの人の力になりたい。せめてひとかけらの幸せになりたい。一生誰とも寄り添って生きることはできない。でもこの出会いが黒魔女として歩いていく次なる運命の道しるべに思えて。テレビアニメ「シャンピニオンの魔女」。
I didn't end up really sticking with this one. I wanted to, but just couldn't really find the time. And again, this is another one where I feel like I'm not really quite the target audience for this.
Okay, how far did you get into the story on this one? Let me ask that bit.
Somewhere between episode 4 and 6, I think.
Okay, was the child she has to train part of it at that point yet? I don't really remember when he popped in.
No, definitely not.
Okay, so this show, I don't want to say it's a slow burn because I'm pretty sure it's only getting the one core of the season, but it feels like it's trying to tell a long story. It's definitely in that fairy tale book style, like classic Ghibli or Little King story kind of bit, which very beautiful to look at, I would say, and it does do a lot of show don't tell for its storytelling too. But the problem is there's not a lot to grasp onto in the very beginning of the show. I would say the back half of it, once she gets her apprentice and he kind of becomes like the narrator for everything going on, it becomes a lot smoother. On the other bit, this show also happens to definitely do the fairy tale aspect of it. Looks very whimsical, friendly, and all that, but is a lot darker the more and more you think about it.
Yeah, it definitely felt like one of those shows that the whimsy is to help you understand that it has the like Grimm's fairy tale kind of darkness lurking under the surface.
That being said, I think that was a big problem with like a lot of shows this season is their openers were not there to grab you. Because I don't remember where we put this, but we should probably start bringing out the for the tier list, the preview list beforehand at the start of these streams, because I'm really wondering what we ranked this at when we first started it. That being said, it's there would be, if I wanted to talk about any of this, it would be a lot to go into for detail and story wise. But they do a great world building. The characters are very in depth once you get to know them. But it does take a while to get there. And like I said, I think it's about halfway through the series before it really kicks off. And once it does, you really get a better and better feel for the world. It's just, I'm not really sure where to put that at that because of how badly it does that. Because it's, once again, you have to get through probably 6 episodes before it starts getting really good. But once it does start picking up a lot of good steam. Do I throw this back and see?
I'll leave it to your call. It sounds like you watched more of it than I did.
I finished it. Like I did legitimately watched every episode in this one. So no, maybe a little skimming.
It felt like it even had potential to be maybe even like a B tier show from what I saw of it, but I just didn't get around to finishing it.
Like I said, that was the problem is too. It's like I set this down for a long time, and then once I think it was towards the end of the season where I was like, okay, I need to catch up on a bunch of these shows. I just sat down and started rewatching them. It was like Champagne Witch, Dark Moon, and what was it? Holy Grail Heiress. Like those really surprised me once they got going. So yeah, I'll put this right above Holy Grail Allerson because that's kind of where I was at with this one.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason that we do the show too, because like, we can learn a lot from the 3-episode rule, but there's some shows that just don't really get going until later in the series, or the ending is really what defines them, or something like that. And trying our best, at least, to get through all these, to give them a fair shot, and help people find those gems is definitely one of our goals.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it right above Roll Over and Die though, just because I did finish both those, and I did like where this ended up a lot better.
That's fair.
Scum of the Brave I have too much bias. Like I want to put that one at B, but I feel like it shouldn't. All right, let's go.
All right, next up is Casebook of Arn.
世の中には2種類の人間がいる。よく調査し分析しているな。
私はアルネ探偵事務所助手リンライン・バイスと言います。私たちと手を組みませんか？連続殺人犯を早く確実に捕まえるために。
ルイス君、父さんの敵を撃つんだ。俺がこの手で犯人を捕まえる。
所詮はその程度ということだ。決めるのはお前だ。
テレビアニメ「アルネの事件簿」2026年1月放送開始。
I remembered
this one I definitely left to you.
Yeah, okay. So I definitely episode 1 had that bait and switch opening, which really ticked me the hell off. And I ended up just skimming through the rest of this show. It's kind of a fantasy murder mystery show, but the problem is it buried the leads. It irritated me right out of the gate so bad. I just did not have any drive to go back and watch it after that. That being said, it didn't do anything wrong besides that. And maybe if I would have given it more of a chance, it burned me right off the bat. And there was so much to do that I never got around to watching it again. It felt good. This doesn't feel like trash though. I want to throw this at the bottom of C just once again, just because it felt like it was a very genre specific, and it felt like it did a good job of what it was doing. It's episode 1 burned me, and then like I said, I powered skimmed through it like the last couple of days, just bits and pieces of it, and there wasn't really anything that pulled me into it exceedingly. All the characters felt like exactly what you got in the 10, and it didn't feel like there was too much growth. I think that's about all I can say on that one though. Because the last 3 I do have a bit more to say on. I want to save my voice for that because it's starting to go.
Fair enough. All right. Well, next up is Oedo Fireslayer, The Legend of Phoenix.
Can you
another one that I didn't watch at all.
Can you widescreen that one?
Widescreen it.
Yeah, you don't.
Like
Yeah,
theater mode.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry. Yeah, I had the feeling the CGI was going to throw you completely off right away.
Yeah, even just looking at the preview, I was like, this is not for me. Part of it's the CGI, part of it's also that this setting is very hit or miss for me.
"私は父と同じ道を歩むつもりはありません。火消し遊びなど所詮はよそごと。この時私は初めて気づいた。
江戸には火が切れる侍もいることを。食ってやれ。
Okay, the animation, the CGI on this one. Oh boy, that's if you have any kind of problems with that, stick clear of this one. It's not the worst I've seen. Like I think the first comparison I want to make is like Knights of Sidonia, but it's not necessarily good. None of the models really give the impression of being human. But what if you sit down and watch a bunch of it in a row, it does kind of finally click, it felt like. Or that could just be my brain that's completely diluted to CGI. I still think Beast Wars looks good, guys. It looks good, okay? That being said, this is a what is it? It's not the Sengoku era. It's that era of Japan that was when it was isolated and cut off from the rest of the world. And a lot of the shows that are set in this time period have the distinct problem of, hey, we're not going to explain the world or the culture to outside audiences. And if you're not Japanese, you're not going to understand half of the nuance in this show. This show is all about the firefighters in that era. Unfortunately, and luckily, apparently, not enough people know about ancient firefighters that they just glossed over stuff. So I would say the first half of this series is kind of them putting together a firefighting team and explaining why we need each individual character, how a country that doesn't have any advanced firefighting like equipment, whose entire
Glenn for Daywin just rated the channel with 5 viewers. PogChamp.
Oh, Glenn, thanks for the raid. I thought you were just lurking.
Glenn 4D stab I stabby old man raid. 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 Glenn 4D stab I stabby.
Yep.
Oh no, not the voice to text raid message LMFAO.
Yep. But as I was saying with this one, this show it's set in that Sengoku era period, or I believe that's the Sengoku. I don't remember what the exact area is called, but does a great job of explaining what each, what each part of a firefighting crew in this time period would have to do.
Thank God all of my viewers were lurking. That could have gone on for a while. LOL.
Yeah, I might have muted that on my side just for a bit there. No, it doesn't let me do that. But lets you explain each one of them. Like, because remember, if you know anything about Japan culture, the fires in this period were horrifying to them because their cities were very tightly packed and everything is made of wood. They don't have stonework there. So a fire would wreck a lot. And it not only goes into what each of these characters would have to do, why their roles are so important, but like how bad an arsonist and how horrible they would be in this time period. It also goes into some more practical firefighting things, like going into backdrafts, like why you have spotters on the roof trying to check for hot stuff. Honestly, it's like if it feels less like an action one and more of like the a technical show of this is how ancient firefighters worked. And I gotta say, as one of those shows, it did an amazing job. It just probably should not have been the CGI. That's probably what's going to keep it down for me. I think overall, I want to throw this one into B tier. Just from all the characters were pretty well done. All the because you have the captain who was once a well-known firefighter who had a traumatic event happen and is kind of shaking off that phobia. Each one of the main cast is recruited. There's a lot of generic. How do you know if there's like not a lot of generic background like models for even a CGI show like this? And
so you feel like this show would be something that a like average or like casual consumer of this kind of content would be able to follow and really
Was ask for one final thing, Winter Anime.
Was asked for what are you asking? But yeah, answer to your question, Yuki. Yeah, that is where it surprised me the most. This is a show that very much took its time to explain what was going on, why they were doing this, and what was important to these people. And that was the biggest reason why I like put this up, because we've had shows set in this period that just did not explain anything, that expected you to have that cultural tie, and this one didn't. And this one actually takes the time to explore and explain
May
some
I ask
stuff.
for one final thing? I swore it just recently started showing in the last few months.
Rooster Fighter, or what is it? Release That Witch. Or is there one I'm not aware of? Because I think Release That Witch hit episode. I think they both hit like episode 4 because they were just a little off from the season. I think Rooster Fighter mostly because it was a Adult Swim airing show.
I mean, we do have 2 more shows that we're hitting still.
Yep, we still have 2 more shows this. Okay, you did have the trailer for the last one. I think we missed that the first time through. But Oda Fire Slayer. Both of those shows might be on next spring list, not winter list. But what was the show you were asking about, Glenn?
Cheapest viewers stream book. Org. Remove the space. At RN2J8W0X.
Oh,
That's literally what it's called. May I ask one final thing?
May I ask one final?
Oh, an anime called May I Ask One Final Thing. Let me take a look.
Wasn't that in the last season? Yeah, that was last season. Yeah, that was from fall season.
Yes, that was fall 2025.
I want to say I ranked that. That didn't make it lower than
Damn,
B.
I am far behind. LOL.
That didn't make it lower than B. I want to say that might have made it into A from how cathartic that was, though. Here, why don't we pull up our next trailer and I will go look for that really quick. You gonna?
I'm sorry, what?
I was gonna say, you want to pull up the next trailer while I go look for our previous tier list?
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I didn't catch what you said there. Let's actually turn that on. There we go.
一応中学に転校してきました川優です私ウルチシュでいいから
眉なしのレイこと一度レイ花子のゴーことレイエツゴー浮き場の清ことアシュ関落ち
恵比寿のジンこと大魔神
おちょぼ口の大こと物干し大我々5人何個も笑ってほしい記念組
記念組以外にも変なグループがたくさんいるのよ
番組を呼び出し
俺たち腕組みを止めてみな
骨組みここに見参
3年色男組さ
今日はてれなる
なんか一緒にいたら楽しい思い出が作れそうな気がするんだ僕たちそこからあぶれちゃっていじけて目立たないようにしてきたのリーダーに会うまでは
個性を隠さず磨いて堂々とさらけ出してやればいいのだ
迷惑をかけん限りは好きなようにやれ
人と同じじゃろうだってしてやがるとか我々は世の中の悪魔となるより調味料になろうではないか
Man, one long trailer, Yuki. Okay, went through and looked up. May I ask one final thing? Ended on the mid B tier for our ranking of last season. It was very good. I still like that one. Now on to what's this one called exactly? Like, can I pronounce this?
High School Kimengumi.
All right. If it wasn't obvious from the animation style that they went with on this one, this show is a reboot of a 1980s, maybe 70s. I didn't look exactly when year it first came out. Classic high school slap comedy. Okay, what do you want to call those absolutely cocaine-driven comedies the Japanese like to do? Granted, we don't see very many more of them nowadays, but you didn't watch any of this, did you, Yuki?
No, not at all.
I was wondering, it's like, you're
This
not...
definitely wasn't my type of show back in the day either.
Yeah, so you're a gag anime, high school gag anime, and every scene is over the top, absolute bonkers, wall to wall insanity. This is a solid C. I'm gonna put this in the middle of the C tier list. This, like I said, there's not really much to go on to. There's like a cast. There's like 2 classrooms of characters. And everything is just gag after it's gag a minute. It's every couple of seconds more. They're not bad. It's not trashy. It's just, man, if you want to have that a gag a second show, it doesn't have a dub. That's humor's still a bit heavily Japanese based from the 80s. It's a show.
It's a show.
I can't put it. I'm at a loss of words. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's like, it's like if I say bo 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 bo, if you do,
I certainly have heard of it. It used to get a lot of random promos on Toonami.
Oh dear God, it did.
Or maybe that was Adult Swim. I don't know. The two kind of are interchangeable for me.
Either or at that point. But it's that type of show that. Do you like logic? Then why are you watching this? Physics has no meaning here. This is the classic gag show, which, and if it had a dub, I think it would be better. But the problem is it doesn't. So you have to sit down and watch it. And if you have to focus on a gag show, it kind of loses some of the appeal. But all right, let's take us home, Yuki. What's our last show?
All right. Final show for this season is Easygoing Territory Defense by the Optimistic Lord.
新たな領主となります。バンネイ・フェルティオです。
バン様は8歳にして領主を任された祭人であり、幼少期より神童として知られております。
バン様の素晴らしさはいくらでも
Prophecy since infancy.
これはバン様との絆なので。
僕の適性は生産系魔術なので戦闘力には期待しないでください。
やさぐれるぞ。
私は私でよそはよそなのよ。さあうまいものでも食べよ
すごいなパンダの。8歳でそこまで考えられるのか。
バン様の魔術適性は何なのでしょうか。
生産系の魔術適性です。最も不遇な魔術と言われています。
バン様ほど民の目線に立てる方はいないでしょう。
今はバン様の指揮に従ってみたいと思っている。私はバン様を信じる。
お気楽ごく楽楽楽リラックス深呼吸。お気楽ごく楽楽楽リラックス。よいしょ。休み休みヒューウェイカー。
I'm going to say that really dopey face he makes at the end of the opening is what I wanted to build a thumbnail around for this season. Because I felt like that was one of the best representations of it.
fair enough.
Okay, you watch this show. This is
Definitely
up your
am
alley.
Very heavily biased towards the show. Yeah.
Yeah, I figured as much.
And I mean, objectively, yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff that's not that good about this show, and I won't front from the fact that it 100% belongs in the trash category. However, uh, my personal bias is definitely towards these kinds of city town building sort of things, and this one does a relatively good job of that compared to a lot of the other ones we see. And while this is by no means a high budget show, is a little bit above par for that really specific niche subgenre. So I don't know. Ultimately, it's probably not the best show around or anything like that. But I think where we put it on the trash list is pretty reasonable. For me personally, it might have been higher than Dragon, but I can definitely see why maybe for the average person it wouldn't be. It's goofy, it's cute. Yeah, a lot of the stuff in it doesn't really make that much sense, but it's also a show that doesn't take itself very seriously. So it's much easier to forgive when something doesn't necessarily make the most sense. It's in service of the humor and keeping the cute, fluffy, upbeat plot going.
Yeah, I'm going to drop it below Dragon just because of Dragon had a, I don't want to say better character development, but you felt a lot more emotionally with a few of the characters in that than easygoing tower defense, just because it's such a laid back show.
Sure. Yeah, this was not a emotional show at all. There were times when it felt like maybe you were supposed to emotionally connect with one of the characters, but there just wasn't enough build up to make that happen, and the show doesn't take itself seriously enough for you to really make that emotional connection.
Yep. All right, everybody, we have our final rankings in here. I don't think I want to change. There was a few shows I was a little bit hesitant on of where they were going to put it, but a few of them got dropped down. You and I are polar opposites. Actually made its way down the B tier list. Unfortunately for you, Glenn. I thought I was going to put Scum of the Brave a lot higher than I did, but I kind of looking at it in comparison and thinking about it more, it slid down. Trash is goddamn full this season.
Yeah, I will say, as a whole, this was a season where I can't think of a single show that I was actively excited to watch. There weren't any where I was like, oh man, I can't wait for the next episode of this to come out so I can watch it. And that says a lot about this season.
all the big shows that were pulled, like I think we have the deepest skip pool we've ever had too. All the shows I was excited to watch week to week were from either last season or previous seasons. Like I said, Jujutsu Kaisen, The New Fate, then we had the returning of Digimon. And also, Glenn, if you are still there, go watch Tojima Wants to Be a Kamen Rider. Dear mother of God.
That was with me and Gachi Akuda, then it stopped with the simuldub and I forgot to finish LOL.
Go watch that. I cannot tell you how much I ended up loving the season finale on that one, because it was a 24 episode core. And man, did I fall in love with that towards the back half. But this season, it's Sentenced to Be a Hero was the only show that had a big pull for me, and that was because that was the show all of the new love had onto it. Journal of a Witch, Polar Opposites, like most of these were outside of my hit zone.
It's on the watch list.
Yeah. Misanthropic Teacher was kind of one I came back to and liked. Oda Fireslayer was one I kind of came back to and liked because it was a slow burn at the start, and then it finished really good.
I need more Silent Witch TBH.
Well, if you want that, what was
Silent Witch, huh?
I think which
Prob
one?
The one I'm mainly hyped for ATM.
Silent Witch. I'm trying to think on that.
That was the one from the previous season where she was like one of the 7 great sages, and she was forced to join the like high school and protect the prince from assassins.
Oh, that was 2 seasons ago, I think.
Might have been, yeah. I think what they're alluding to is that there might be another season of it coming soon. Unclear.
As for things we're looking forward to next season, if we want to go into that, I know we have the continuation of Slime. Wistoria is getting another season. I didn't see that one. That's a weird thing. We got a Ascendancy of a Bookworm, which is one I'm really hyped for on that one, especially since I think it's High-End Studios taking over the animation for that one, so that's going to be big. As well as, now, I know very few people here are probably excited for Dorohedoro, but I really like it, okay?
I just think it's neat.
Yep. The Beginning After the End's getting its next season, which I know a lot of people didn't like that. I'm a fan of it's not a manga, I think it's a webtoon, but it's good. The show needed better animation and did not rush so much. And welcome to Demon School Iruma for all those returning. As well, I think One Piece is coming off its hiatus too.
It seemed interesting, never got past the first episode though.
Yep, but all right, for this ranking, we'll be posting it on our Discords as well as all of our social media, which I gotta remember what the command is to post that at some point, but we will get those to you. That it links up every so often on mine. I don't post enough to where it's deep into my feeds if you ever want to go back and watch them. But I think we are going to raid out for the night. All right, Yuki, is there anyone you would want to hit tonight?
Let me take a look. See who we've got available.
Oh no. Agent has the negative subs.
We could do, oh no, not again. Coach Tex or Swimming Link.
I just rated Swimming Link, I think Friday. Can you give me the other one though? Yeah, I am at 1 for my sub goal. I'm wondering if like gift sub or Amazon Primes when they wear off do that. But with this tonight, we are 1 follower away from reaching my follower goal. We will finally crest 200 soon. Maybe if I could ever remember to get Tig to follow my channel. But as for streams going on this week,
Leon is streaming if you want to raid him.
Witty Leon? Oh, Harvesta. I've been looking at that game. Do you have Leon, Yuki? Or did you want to?
I do not.
I know you said
who that is.
Yeah, you sent me the other one.
Witty Leon.
Kotex. Let's go over there. You already got that one up, right? Let me let me get that. And maybe you'll find someone else new. But as for this week goes, I am going. Oh, whoops. Hold on. I wanted to copy Street Fighter 6, right? Is what they're playing?
Yes, Street Fighter 6.
All right, as for this week, my voice is still kind of going out. I was trying this tonight, but I didn't realize how bad it was going to be. I'm going to try to get to Suikoden 3 this Tuesday. We are getting quite far in that. As well as more of the Nuzlocke race with picks. I don't know what we're doing Friday. Sunday, we are going to be starting a Shadowrun campaign with a bunch of other people a little earlier time, but that will not be this week. I'm actually going to a Comic-Con this weekend, so.
Awesome. Have fun.
All right, Yuki, what are you doing?
Let's see. This coming week, I'm working late on Tuesday and Thursday. Plans Wednesday. I'm pretty booked, to be honest. I might not really be around until this coming weekend.
Okay, and then sometime.
Might do something after work tomorrow.
And some point towards the probably start of next May, we will be doing the spring list. We like to at least give all the shows have 3 episodes out, but stay tuned for that. And we will see you all there. Later, everybody.
Night, everybody.